Oh, Hanaki! Did you know that our souls are connected by fate? What do you know? I'm Yuno Hanaki, the one and only Oran from Mia Luna. Good evening, everybody. Happy Monday. Happy OniMon. Welcome in, welcome in. How you doing? How are things? Are you doing well? I hope you're doing well. Yeah, Hanaki, Hanaki. Welcome in, welcome in. Your soul will do. Gasp, thank you for the 9-month resub. Is this the hot girl summer people were talking about? It can be. It can be. It will be soon. I guess it's technically not the start of summer, like, officially. It's the start of the summer months. But it's not technically, like, in the swing of summer yet. So we're not quite at hot girl summer, but we are rapidly approaching hot girl summer. So that's something, at least. We have something to look forward to. Girls in swimsuits. Manifestation. Yes, yes. You know, sounds well. I sound okay. I'm doing all right. I've been having headaches more often recently, and I'm trying to figure out what's causing it. But like right now I'm doing okay, which is good. I had a bit of a headache last night that medicine was not curing, and then I managed to sleep the baby headache off, which was good. But then when I was like just doing my business at my desk this afternoon, I started feeling another headache on the opposite side of my head. My headaches seem to move across the span of my head. So sometimes they'll be on one side and sometimes they'll be on the other side. And it's really annoying. So I had another little headache that I had to take a nap to get rid of. And then I ate dinner, which I think got rid of the headache that was starting to form again. But as soon as I started mentioning a headache, my head was like, ouchie time? Would you like a little ouchie owie? So I don't know what's going on. I guess I am just doomed to have headaches right now. Don't really know why that's occurring, but I'll live. It's okay. Right now, it's like very, very tolerable compared to what it was last night. Last night, it was really bad. Last night, the headache was crazy. I didn't like it. So I would gladly take this over that. TBH. Have you tried not having a head? Boy, I wish it were that easy. I wish I could just plop it off and then not have to worry about head-related struggles for a little while, but unfortunately, we as living creatures require a head. That's where all our sentience is. So unfortunately, I still need it. So no head? True. Sounding like stress or anxiety related headaches? I don't know if I'm stressed. Maybe my body is like acting stressed even though I'm not really consciously aware of the stress. That's a fun time. Love that for me, if that's the case. Yikes. The humble Dullahan. Yeah, literally. That is the one perk of being a Dullahan, I believe. Pee is stored in the head. Wait, no, wrong ball. I was about to say, I think you've got your balls mixed up. Look down real quick. Wait, look down real quick. You gotta make a quick assessment. Hi, Buno Hanaki. Hi, Hanaki. Oh, it's shit. Ay. If it goes away when you sleep and can start up when you're thinking about it, it may be. It may be. I'm not really feeling that stressed though. At least not right now. I'm kind of chilling. I have more things to be excited about than I do to be stressed about. I mean, I do have the very looming stress of I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to make my rent payment later this week, but I am bracing for impact with that, and I'm trying to stay positive. Trying to stay positive, at least for right now. Oh, emote only chat? It's been a while. Enjoy jail. Alright, YouTube, it's you and me now. Instructions unclear. Yellow liquid spilled into eyes. Is there a ballologist in the house? Does anybody in this room know ball? Literally? Does anybody in this room know balls? We can find somebody, surely. Trust. Not in the Twitch chat, though. Twitch chat is emote only now. They're struggling a little bit. Hi! Hanaki, welcome in. Welcome, welcome. I got that elite ball knowledge. Let's go. Knowledge of ball. But yeah, no, I think I'm doing all right. I have been chilling. Today, I didn't really get up to too much. I was just kind of chilling with Hitomi. Have I told you guys that we started a new Soul Link? A new Pokemon randomizer Soul Link? I don't remember if I've even brought it up on stream yet. I think I forgot. Granted, I think we also started it while I was still kind of on my hiatus, so maybe I forgot because I was on hiatus. But yeah, we're working on a Soul Link randomizer Nuzlocke of Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. I'm playing Ultra Moon because when I played through Alola, I played both Sun and Ultra Sun. So I have not experienced Moon at all, so I'm playing Ultra Moon right now. I really like Alola, so I've been enjoying this revisit, although I'm kind of feeling like I should go back and play OG Sun and Moon as well, because I feel like I remember liking OG Sun and Moon more than I liked Ultra, but that's something I wouldn't really be able to confirm unless I played through both in a more recent time. But I'm still having fun with Ultra Moon, so that is a win, I believe, in my book. But that's what we've been doing in our hangout time when we're not looking at our Tomodachi Island. We're playing Pokemon. It's been fun. I have an interesting team right now. OG Sun has a better plot than Ultra. That's what I thought. I remember feeling like I liked Sun more than Ultra Sun. I remember having that feeling. I just don't fully recall enough about it to, like, fully confirm that offhand. I remember my only real thoughts from the first time I played Ultra were that I felt like it was really not that different from Sun until, like, a certain point. And then it started to be a little different, but even then I wasn't really sure what made it, like, super different. Which one had the Yuri Rainbow? Well, there's Rainbow Rocket in Ultra Sun, so I guess there's that, if that's what you're thinking of. Trying to fit Necrozma into Ultra diminishes Lucamine's whole thematic story. Right, I remember that was the whole big thing. I remember. I will be kind of sad when we finally get to that part then, because I remember I liked Lucamine's storyline quite a bit in Sun, but I don't remember what I thought about her when I played through Ultra Sun. I don't recall. I guess it'll be interesting to revisit it in our playthrough then. But I do know that a lot of, like, people in the fandom currently also say that they think Lucamine was better in OG than in Ultra. So it seems to be a pretty common fandom consensus. I wouldn't be surprised if I also agree. I just don't remember because it's been a while. I just don't remember. But I look forward to progressing. We are getting into Po Town for the first time right now in our playthrough. We, like, just entered Po Town before we had to stop because Hitomi had to go do something. So, you know, that's progress. Pretty good progress, I'd say. I don't remember when we started. I feel like it was early May, perhaps? Or maybe it was late April, early May. Somewhere in there. But good progress, good progress. We might be able to beat it this month if we're pretty consistent about when we play. So that would be nice. Although I will say, I've been itching to go back to shiny hunting in a Pokemon game. So I'm kind of thinking about playing a different Pokemon game and maybe making it a stream one, but asterisk, it's probably going to be like a... It's not going to be so much about the story, but it's going to be more about, like, the challenge of catching shiny Pokemon. Because something that I've heard about, and seen a couple other creators do, other PokeTubers, I should say, is, something called a shiny badge quest, which is basically before you go to the next gym, you have to catch a shiny Pokemon to add to your team, and you can only use shinies. So I was thinking about, doing something like that with a game. Doing a shiny quest like that. Picking a Pokemon to shiny hunt before each badge. But I'm not sure what game I would do it with. I was thinking about doing it for, like, the Galar region, because I really liked Galar a lot, too. And I think Galar deserves a revisit, because I haven't really engaged with it in quite a while. But I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure yet. I have to think about it, because I also think it would be fun to do it with a, older game, perhaps, too. Because I know a lot of the Switch games is when they started locking the ability for your starter to be shiny, so I don't think I'd really be able to properly do Sword and Shield in that my starter would be shiny locked. I guess I could just, like, trade it away and then choose a different Pokemon to be the starter and, like, just shiny hunt until I find whatever Pokemon I want for starting out, but... I don't know. I like using the starters. I feel like they are special. But since I can't really shiny hunt them in the later games, I was trying to figure out which game would be good for shiny hunting. Maybe... I don't know. We'll have to... I'll have to think about it. I'd be stuck before the first gym for all of time. Well, that's part of what makes it fun. It's the fact that you have to really, like, get to know the area before the gym. You're, like, stuck there for an indeterminate amount of time until you find the shiny. But then you also get to have the experience of hanging out with your community and being a little bit silly. It's just another excuse for us to have something playing in the background while Izatsu, you know? The adventures of finding the shiny Pokemon will also be really fun, because then we'll get to get excited together. Because all of my successful shiny hunts weren't really on stream. All my really exciting shiny moments happened off stream with ZA. So I was thinking that it'd be fun to have an entirely dedicated experience to shiny hunting so that we could get excited together. Yeah, literal shiny lock. And then once you beat the gym and progress to the next area, you then can't leave that area until you get the next shiny. It can be fun too, I suppose, in like certain games if you're like, what's it called? Limiting it to the Pokemon that exist like within that actual route, you know? Because it means you would have to kind of like have a very specific team in mind that you kind of like predetermine. Based off of the Pokemon that are available within that time frame, like within that spot. So I could see it being fun. Certainly a challenge if it's a Pokemon I don't normally use. But I don't know. I've just been thinking about it. I miss shiny hunting. And I don't really have anything I'm shiny hunting for in ZA, so I'm just kind of like, where do I shiny hunt? And I've just been trying to think of a game that I could do a new challenge in that would be fun. Aren't you already a shiny Oni? Not really. Purple is my new canon color. I'm not a shiny variant. I'm not a shiny variant. I don't really know if I have a variant that would be considered shiny in that regard. Uno's an addict to Urple. I don't know what you mean by addict. Just because I like the color doesn't mean I am addicted. I have to be like this with purple because if I'm not, you guys will insist that it's not my image color, so. Fire Red or Leaf Green also works if you want to stick with a Switch console. That's true, and you can also shiny hunt the starters in Fire Red and Leaf Green because they make it easy to do a reset. Hello? Hello? Daniel Smith, thank you very much for the $104.09 tip. Holy moly, thank you for the bruh. This sure is a random bruh amount. It sure is. It sure is. Thank you. I appreciate the random amount. Green was the normality and purple is your shiny version? Well, not anymore. Green has been retconned away. Green may have been how I was technically born, but since green's probably not going to be showing up for a very, 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 very long time, no longer normal. Purple is. Fire Red and Leaf Green is the best way to experience the Gen 1 story without all the problems associated with the OG. Gen 1 has a story. I'm teasing, I'm teasing, I'm teasing. Gen 1's story is very, like... Well, I guess you could argue this about a lot of the early games. I feel like they didn't really start getting into telling a story with the Pokemon games until closer to, like, Gen 4. Gen 3, kind of. But, like, more so Gen 4, I think, is when they started to care about stories. Fire Red and Leaf Green, the story is very, very bare bones. It's more so about just, like, collect Pokemon, do battle, profit. In my humble opinion. Defeat Mafia, become champion, find Mewtwo, maybe. Yeah, literally, that's kind of the bare bones of the story. Green was base, purple is stage 1 Evo, yellow is stage 1 if evolved in the presence of a pirate dragon. That's true, she did design yellow. For all intents and purposes, you're not entirely wrong. Green is one of those weirdly colored Gen 3 sprites which they fixed in Gen 4. I agree with that. Green was what happened when they got the colors wrong, when transferring her digitally into the video game. They messed up the coloring a little bit. They were like, oops, all green. They switched their green and purple values. It happens. The story of Fire Red and Leaf Green is me versus the scammer who sold me Magikarp. You know what? Fair. You know what? Valid. Not that you can really take revenge against him. You just kind of get the Magikarp and then he gets away scot-free. Truly unfortunate when you think about it. You can't keep getting away with it! You can though. No. No. The scammer who sold you Magikarp saved you a whole lot of trouble in the long game? I guess, if you're patient enough to raise the Magikarp. If you're patient enough to take care of it, that's one thing. Gold and Silver kind of fixed it from Gen 1. The champion is out keeping the peace, while Gen 1 was chill in Victory Road, do nothing, lose twice in 15 minutes, then tell new guy, go stop Mewtwo, please. Yeah, true. Sticking Magikarp in the daycare. Sticking Magikarp in the daycare, running laps around the daycare for like 4 hours until it gets enough EXP to evolve. Gyarados isn't even that good until like Gen 4 because water was special. Yeah, until they introduced the physical special split with moves. Pretty doo-doo Pokemon. You can make it work, but it's true that it's not very good. But I guess that's probably why Fire Red and Leaf Green are decent, because that's when they start introducing the, like, physical and special kind of, right? So that works for something. Then suffer because you did 15 levels with no EV boost. Yeah, well, listen. At least he's caught up. Gyarados was actually okay in Gen 1 since it had 100 special. I don't fully remember. I haven't played, like, super OG Gen 1 in a long time. I think the last time I played anything related to Gen 1 was when I played Let's Go. Did I beat Let's Go? I think I did. Feel like I did. Gyarados is still a vicious Pokemon if you have the patience to get to it. Having it before the third gym tells everyone around you how serious you were. I suppose. I suppose. I didn't really grow up in an era where we would flex like that. Pikachu or Eevee? I was Let's Go Pikachu. All of my friends were Let's Go Eevee. Literally every single friend I had was Let's Go Eevee. I was the only one who was just like, but Pikachu's my goat. That's my baby. And then my Pikachu was a girl and she was so cute. I loved her. So-called free thinkers when choosing a Let's Go title. I mean, I can't say I blame them. I do think that Eevee is very cute. But, like, I was so sad that nobody else was choosing Pikachu. I was just like, I have to go with my goat. Like, I love Eevee, but I chose Pikachu just because I felt sad that nobody else was choosing Pikachu. I was just like, I have to love Pikachu. That's the mascot. That's literally the guy ever. If only they released Let's Go Mewtwo as part of the trilogy of games. Let's go Pikachu, let's go Eevee, let's go Mewtwo. And then we had Legends Arceus, which was Let's Go Arceus. I got Let's Go Pikachu because I love that little fat mouse. Correct option. Correct solution. Let's Go Mew would be funny. Do you think they're ever going to make another Let's Go? I know people meme about it all the time, but I just wonder how likely it actually would be that they would make a Let's Go, a new Let's Go type of game. Because the whole reason they made Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee was to try and encourage people who got into Pokemon via Pokemon Go to play a console game, right? Probably not. It's a shame since it's the best looking of the Switch games. I agree. I think the art style for Let's Go is really cute. I think they'd probably just make a remaster type thing than a Let's Go. Hopefully they do better than they did with the remaster with BDSP. Let's go, Old Rod. You have to play the whole game with 6 Magikarp, no EXP share, caught from level 5. Enjoy the struggle. Oh, Jesus. That would be crazy. Yellow version was supposed to be accompanied by pink version before pink got axed. Yeah, I heard about that. And it was supposed to have Clefairy as the main Pokemon, right? So I have heard. So I have heard. Honestly, it would have been pretty cute. I hope they're holding on to the idea for a Pokemon Pink to make like a super girly pop Pokemon game. I manifest this. That's what I want, for me personally. I love raising my dumb fish into a powerful dragon. I love that for you. I'm the same, but with raising a Feebas into a Milotic. I love making Feebas into a big, pretty fish. Pokemon Skitty, where? Give me it now. I'm ready. I'm signing up. I'll smack down all of the money I have. I saw a challenge, name a water type that isn't blue. Is this hard? It can be. If you say isn't blue, does it mean that the secondary color can't also be blue? I mean, for me, it's not that hard, because I thought about it for a second, and I was like, Psyduck? Because Psyduck is water, but it doesn't have any blue on its person. No blue whatsoever. Okay, then Psyduck. It's honestly not that hard, but I think you'd have to have very encyclopedic knowledge, and I think most people, when they think of water type, the first Pokemon that start showing up are blue. So you start seeing a lot of blue. Psyduck and Magikarp are the two most popular options. That's fair. Because it's Gen 1, so everybody knows the first 150. And then, you know, those are the only options. Shiny Psyduck. You can't say shiny. Come on now. The shiny variants definitely wouldn't count. If I had to do something that's not Gen 1, water type that's not blue. Yeah, Artillery's a good one. Staryu and Starmie, that's true. Those are also good ones. Ludicolo? Well, Ludicolo's water grass. Are we arguing that that counts because it's dual typing, or are we sticking with monotyping? Politoed. Oh, Politoed's good. That's good. That's a good one. We got some Smarties in the chat. Name an Urple Oni. I bet you can't. Oh, shit. Fuff. Oh, frick. Oh, God. That's so much pressure. Urple. 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 Shuten Doji. Yeah, true. Yeah, true. You're not wrong. Shuten Doji, parentheses, FGO. Ow, Oni? That's true. That guy's name is Blue Oni, and yet he looks rather Orpal. Goribus is also a good water pick. Goldeen and Seeking, true. Surfing Pikachu is water type, isn't it? Still electric water. I don't actually know if it changes its typing in the OG release of the Pikachu. Is Grimace an Oni? No. Grimace is both his name and his race. I've looked it up. That's also his species. I had to look up Grimace lore once because people were calling me Grimace before. It's still electric? Relicanth. Ooh, that's a deep cut. Honorary Oni for the demonic creation of the Grimace Shake. That's true. It is directly from hell. It's also his face? That's not true. Grimace isn't grimacing. That's like meeting a dog named Dog. This is my Yorkshire Terrier named Yorkshire. That is literally correct, but you know. It's McDonald's character lore. How deep do you expect it to get? This is for children. Yorkie is a cute name. True. It is a cute name, but naming your Yorkie Yorkie is a little bit on the nose. Everybody's so creative. My Calico Cat's name is Callie. It's okay. It's okay to not have a inventive name for your pet. My grandpa's dogs had names, but they were actually all called Dog because that's all he ever called them. Amazing. The McDonald iceberg begs to differ. The what? Let's not forget Aloma Momola. Yeah, true. Another decent water pick, although it is very much a deep cut. The three dog brothers, Yorkshire, Terrier, and Dog. So true. Me and my siblings, Dog, Dog, and Puppy. Since Dog came up, they were training service dogs at work today, and they let us pet one of the puppies, and she loved us and licked us. Aw, that's very cute. Also very lucky. I would love to pet a puppy right now. My orange cat is Tiger. Aw. Still not creative, but very cute. Naming my kid Who-Man. True. Every goldfish is supposed to be named Goldie. Very true. I've always felt like the name Manny is basically like giving someone a nickname for being a human. But I don't really hear the name Manny much, so I guess people caught on. Stoutland is one of my favorite Pokemon of all time. Big dog! I have very fond memories of the whole line of Lillipup, Herdier, and Stoutland because the very first shiny Pokemon I ever caught was in my first like couple of hours playing Black and White. I found a shiny Lillipup, and I raised him all the way up to a Stoutland. I don't have that save file anymore, and that was before I really like cared more about like preserving my saves. I like to restart Pokemon games a lot, so I reset and I didn't have the shiny anymore, but I remember getting that shiny and being like, whoa, I'm so lucky. I also like when people call their pets people names like Bob or Doug. So true. I love giving a pet a person name. I lost my game. No! That's always the worst. I do have a lot of Pokemon games that I can't find anymore. I don't know where my DS game case is. I know where my 3DS one is. I know where my Game Boy Advance one is, but I do not know where my DS game case is. So there's a lot of Pokemon DS games that I don't have access to now, which is a bummer. It's probably hiding in storage somewhere. I just don't know where. My Pokemon Yellow from childhood vanished one day and never returned. Ugh, that would be devastating. My heart would break, man. Even if I never tried to play the game again, losing it would truly be heartbreaking. For me, the biggest issue is the damn charger. Man, real. I can easily keep all of the other accessories, but where the heck did the charger go? Does the charger even still work if I do manage to have it? Life's greatest questions. Imagine if Manfred von Karma's pet name was Manny and he got called that by his SO. That would be pretty crazy. Do you know how long those battery-powered cartridges last? Good question. I used to have a battery pack type charger for my Game Boy Advance. Like a power pack, I think is what it used to be called. God, that was a deep cut. I can't believe I still remember that. I think it managed to last for like a week or so before it would need another charge. Cannot believe I remembered that. Literally, who am I? I still use my 2DS Classic. I remember getting on year of release on Black Friday. Wow, you've been taking good care of that thing then, huh? No, we're not talking about save batteries. We're talking about like, at least with the Game Boy Advance, how it used to have a battery pack that you could charge like separately from the system, and then you just attach that instead of putting batteries into the Game Boy Advance, and then that would serve as a charge. I was actually talking about save batteries. Oh, okay. Save batteries, I'm not sure. I mean, when I was replaying some of my Game Boy Advance games, I didn't have any issues with save battery running dry. So that was pretty lucky. 2 decades? Ah, I see. Art is adorable for the thumbnail. It is not art. It's a model asset that I just slapped on top of me. But yeah, it is cute. Yuno in a swimsuit. 'Tis the season. Gotta get new swimsuit art for Orpal. Would be nice. Most GBA games no longer needed a save battery as Flash Tech got better. Naruhodo. Staring at the thumbnail. When I was working on posing for it, I asked Hitomi if I should use the long hair or if I should use the buns, and she was like, buns for sure. And then she was like, I don't know why, but every time you ask me which hairstyle you should use, I always end up picking the buns. I just think they're really cute. And I was just like, I know. Honestly, I think that you are in agreement with a lot of other Damadachi. The people love the buns. That swimsuit fits you really well. Thanks, man. I know it's an asset that a lot of other VTubers use pretty regularly when summer rolls around, but I can't help it. I like it. It's cute. Sun's out, buns out. Yippee! The schedule art is cute too. Agree. Beep Beeps drew it around the time that Pokopia came out, in the event that I was going to stream any of my playing of Pokopia, which did not happen. I have not beaten Pokopia. I think I'm like 1 mission away from beating the main story. But I kind of lost interest. The more building and constructing I had to do and the less story I had available, the less interest I had. So I was like... So I didn't finish it. Oops. All of Yuno's buns are great. Heh. Haha. Yeah, correct. I agree. Tamadachi love the buns. They also like your hair too. Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes they like it. It's an asset everyone uses, but you make it look like you own them assets. Maybe. I don't know. I think there's some people it might suit a little bit better. But I do like it, so that's what matters. How is your day going? It's been pretty okay. Thank you for asking. I came here for tea, not civil engineering. Honestly, very true. I mean, the exploration parts are fun, and when they give me, like, set tasks for stuff to build, I have a little bit more fun. But since a lot of it is just, like, choosing how you want to make it look, I'm just like, So for a while, I was just kind of trying to rebuild based on the empty blueprint that was left behind in each area. But then I still would get kind of, like, overwhelmed by the choices I'd have to make and all of the cleaning I'd have to do. And I would just be like, and I didn't want to do it anymore. So. Hopla. Quickly lost interest because I would just get overwhelmed. What is your favorite color? I know by the looks of everything about me, I should say something different, but actually it's pink. But actually it's pink. I know, shock. I know, purple Oni favorite color is not purple. I know. But it's pink. It is pink. I really like pink. I will say though, purple is a close second. And then blue, and then orange, and then yellow, and then red, and then... I don't know. Those are kind of my instinctual color picks. I've been deceived. I know, you've been bamboozled, you've been swindled. These are the kind of narrative twists we get here on the Writer Oni channel. No, Oni Writer. Writer can't be first, remember? Writer has to always be last. But yeah, no, my actual favorite color is pink. Pink. But I like purple. When I first joined my former agency, if I had like free reign, I probably would have chosen pink. But since there were a lot of people who already were pink, I didn't really want to fight for pink. And then at first, we were given advice by our senpai to be like, to choose a color that would be a nice contrast to like the base colors of our model. So choose a color that would be a nice contrast to the base of Yuno Hanaki, who was very, very green. So at first, I was going to be orange. I was going to pick orange because orange is one of my favorite colors, since I couldn't be pink. But then when I realized what it would mean if I picked orange, I was going to look like a carrot. And I didn't want to have carrot branding. I didn't want to be spammed with carrot emojis for the rest of my life, because I don't even really like carrots. So I was like, maybe not. So I chose purple. And then I made it a very light purple, because I thought that would make it distinct from the other purples that would come about in the future, because I knew purple was a very common color. So I was like, I will be purple. I will just be the very light purple. Orange, you glad you didn't pick orange? Yes. Currently, yes. I want a carrot Yuno now. I mean, orange is probably going to happen sometime down the line of the color arrangements, but yeah, I really like the color orange. And I probably would have picked it for my image color if it wasn't for the fact that I would look carrot-coded. So, no. Then I became purple, and then like I said, I chose really light purple because I thought that the contrast would be even better for image branding sake. Pumpkin, you know. Pumpkin spice, autumn core. Something like that. Orno? Oruno? We'll get there. Orange isn't happening for quite a while. Anyway, for the specific hex code of pink, I don't have it offhand. Not like how I do with my favorite shade of purple. But pinks, I always go for really, like, pale pastel colors. Pretty much every color that I listed, I really like them pale and, like, pastel and, like, kind of desaturated. I don't really like them being too deep of a color. They have to be pale for me. Orange. Random question, is Yuno going to watch the State of Play with us tomorrow too with her working stream? It starts at 5 p.m. EST. 5 p.m.? Mayhaps. If you guys want to watch it, I wouldn't mind. Hopefully I can get the work done that I need to get done within the 3 hours. Because I'd probably be ending pretty soon after that, because Hitomi and I have plans for dinner. So maybe, if there's enough interest. I'm open to it at the very least. It's too early for pumpkin spice to come back again. Well, even if orange was going to be in the works, which it's not, it probably wouldn't be for like a while, and it would probably end up being in like summer, fall time frame. Although I believe the last time I talked about orange, I said that was going to be Gyaru. So maybe not pumpkin spice coated, unless we do like Gyaru pumpkin spice. Gyaru autumn core combination. I don't know how that would look. I'm sad time zones exist. I'll be at the office for State of Play and Summer Games Fest. I was surprised that Summer Games Fest was so early. I'm so used to the events happening like in the evening time, like nighttime-ish. I was surprised it was listed so early. When I was looking at the times to set my schedule, I was just like, why are you so early? Why are you so early in the day? Imagine Ganguro Gyaru Buno. Maybe. Dub Gyaru. We did used to joke that Gyaru and Valley Girl are pretty close. Something like that. But yeah, Orange is probably going to be more Gyaru theme than anything else. But again, Orange is like way down the line. I still have to work on Yellow, and then we have to start working on White, which is for Yuki Onna, Yuki Oni, and then I don't know what color is going to be after that. Just no. Shut up. Oh my god, you're such a Ryaju. Nightmare. I'm already excited for Orange. I hope you forget about it. I hope you watch it to beam yourself, and then eventually when Orange does happen, you can be pleasantly surprised. That is my earnest wish for you. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. At some point, you're going to go back to green? Well, like I said earlier, green will eventually be in the plans, just not now.
It seems fate led you here. What a meaningful connection.
Neko Halloween Gamer, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. But no, green is going to be... Green is in the cards. It's just not going to be for a very long time. I already know, like, kind of what that's going to look like eventually. I did say green should be last. I don't know about last, but I do plan for green to be like way later down the pipeline. I want to do the other colors first, because I think it'll be more fun to focus on the other colors. The other options to fulfill all of the colors of the rainbow, and then we'll eventually hit green. We're just not there yet.
It seems fate led you here. What a meaningful connection.
Hunter Palumbo 69, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. Gas no Hana Brokey. Oh my god. Am I a valley girl or a surfer? Green will be Buno 1.0, but with brighter green. See, the thing is, with the idea of green, it's going to have to be, like, still different from OG, because I don't necessarily want to make Sumeragi just copy how green used to look. Because, like, the instructions with purple were take kind of the base idea of this and then purple. I do think it would probably be a different shade of green, though. I don't know if I would go dark green. But I am not sure. Again, green's so far off, I'm not even close to conceptualizing what I really want her to look like. Also, I would probably have to have a different hairstyle instead of my default like this, so green will probably still look quite different. Check back in like 2030. And maybe by then I'll be thinking about what green's gonna look like. What if old mama sees the tweet? Oh, wait. You're so mean! Yeah, don't worry. She's never gonna see it. She's never gonna see it. Remind me 4 years. Oh, no. Not the actual countdown. Yabe. Lemon pound cake, vanilla soft serve, and Fanta Yunos. So true. Red velvet Yuno. Correct. Red velvet is honestly a pretty cute concept for red. Set timer. Yamero! That will be around OniMon 300. If I manage to go back to doing OniMon weekly, we would probably get there by then. That's if I manage to go back to being more consistent with it. I'm sorry the ball dropped so hard. It's been a rough couple months. It's been rough in Yuno Hanakiville, if you haven't noticed. Things are a little crazy out here. Elite ball droppage. The Yuno Rangers collab cafe will be crazy. Ah, my dream is to have a collab cafe. There's so many things I want to do as a VTuber. Rah. I'll get there. Like, so dropped so hard it got torsion. Why do we have to keep talking about torsion? Why does it have to circle back around? Round like a ball. We shouldn't be doing this. I set a reminder for 2030 to talk to Buno for Green Buno. Oh god. Not like this, man. I don't want the pressure. Why does it have to circle around? You say that's exactly the problem. Terrible stream. Terrible, terrible stream. Awful stream. Why do I do this? I disagree. Was that you? Know, I thought I heard a cat at first. Yeah, no, that was me. I guess I distress me out like a cat. You know that meme of the cat that's like tearing up and screaming? That's me. That's me telling you guys to yamero. We'll tell my kids the green Buno was promised to us decades ago. Yeah, probably. And you'll still just be like, man, when is she gonna get around to it? And I'm just like, I don't know. I like every other color. Hee hee hoo hoo. Orange cat, you know, there's your orange idea. So I'm just cosplaying my wife? You just want me to cosplay my wife? Well, I guess she's not fully orange cat, but she's getting there. She's orange cat adjacent. Burgundy Buno, just a mascot for Dr. Pepper. Guys, my mama... Okay, this might actually be a little bit of a leak for yellow. A little bit of a tiny baby leak for yellow. A little bit of a tiny baby leak for yellow. In order to explain something to you really quickly. But just let it be said, there's an aspect of the yellow outfit that needed to be changed because my mama was afraid that it was going to get me in trouble with copyright stuff. Because there was an aspect of the design that looked pretty similar to a mascot for a pretty famous IP, and my mama didn't want us to get in trouble by keeping that design, and so we had to completely change the aspect of something on the outfit because it just looked too close to the inspo for her comfort, so she changed the design. So all of that is to say, I'm never going to be able to make a character or like a design that looks close to an existing character or IP because my mama's going to be like, we could get in trouble, which is totally valid, and I don't want to get her in trouble or make her feel uncomfortable, so... All the love in my heart. Unfortunately, we will not be able to discuss a brand-esque outfit design. But too fat. Pixar tried to sue. Yeah, sure, we'll go with that. Sorry guys, my butt was too juicy. They were like, damn, Elastigirl and a VTuber model? I don't think so. Waist too snatched. And clipped. Thank you. I need more clips. Yuno too buttery, VTuber too juicy. Why am I buttery? The dang hamburger clown forbid us from getting slime, Buno. Yeah, true. You'll know what the actual thing is once Yellow can debut. We're not there yet, obviously. Because you're part of a heart-healthy diet with butter? I mean, I guess so. It will make your heart happy emotionally. YouTube took away the clipping feature. I know! I was the one who told you guys about that. It's so stupid. They're like, use timestamps. And then they're saying that they're going to make it easier for creators to clip ourselves. But I've been looking at it and I'm just like, where is it though? And now instead, one of their bullshit decisions that they're making is now people can edit your shorts unless you disable the feature to let people remix it. Like, if you leave the option for people to remix your short if you post it on YouTube, a person could take your entire short and then run it through their AI bullshit and just generate a whole new version of the short with whatever fuck shit they want in it. Isn't that fun? You have to turn that off every time you go to upload a short now, because otherwise people are going to be able to take your short and just put themselves in it or whatever other AI shenaniganery they want to put in it. Awesome! Wow! Thanks, YouTube! This is useless! This is the dystopian future, and then they turn around and are like, we're gonna make it a lot easier to have AI disclosures for content on YouTube. We're going to make it a lot easier for you to see your shit. Did you guys see with all the bullshit that's happening on Twitch too with AI, actually? Sorry, I'm heated about this topic, so now we're talking about it. Did you see the fucking AI ad evaluator shit they're planning on adding? Basically, like, they're planning this thing. No, not just AI summaries. They're planning something else with AI, too. They are adding AI summaries. But what they're planning to do is they're eventually getting, like, a feature where when it's time to run a sponsor in a stream, they're going to make it so that they can evaluate how you're presenting yourself and how you're talking on stream and give you live notes in your creator dashboard telling you how to look at your camera, how to speak, how to act, and what words to say in order to properly advertise the sponsor. Live, while you're doing it. The AI is going to be giving you a live evaluation of how you're doing. And you're going to have to try and do it well, because if you do badly, then they're going to take away the sponsor, and you're going to make less money because you're not doing it right. Isn't that crazy? Baffling decision. I was like, are you for real? Like, AI overview, you can disable, so like, whatever, that's fine. But the idea of this, like, AI evaluator while you're trying to, like, do an ad read is crazy. And, like, how are they even gonna read for VTubers, huh? Are they truly going to try and judge my model for how I'm presenting if I'm doing an ad read? Ridiculous. Whenever they push something with AI into my job, I think Yuno would hate this somehow. As you should. Just know anytime they bring up something with how they're trying to get you to use AI at your job, I am in the back yelling at them. I will be the little voice in your head that's like, this shit sucks. Can't stand it. Stomping my feet. Can I just go to Twitch headquarters and start rubbing a magnet on the walls? Please do. I mean, not literally, but like, it's just a magnet. If they judge the Yuno model, it'll always be 100 out of 10. Sure, in looks. But like, when it comes to my presentation, crazy. Also, give me a quick moment, gamers. I am going through my water like crazy because it's really warm in Onigashima, so I gotta go get a refill. I'll be right back. Yeah, sorry, I fell in. I'm back. Hello. Took me a second. Yo. I can almost hear her voice. Almost. Almost. Crazy. I heard Reese's Peanut Butter Cup has ownership of that exact shade of orange somehow, or Oreo with that shade of blue. Yeah, it's part of like a brand package. A company can file copyright over the specific hex code of color that they use in all of their branding, so that other people can't use it. You are correct. Oftentimes you'll find brand packages for like big names. Both companies and also like I think schools can also do this, where like they will have the exact hex codes for like their logos or for like the rest of their branding. And it'll be like, this is our version of the color, this specific hex code is ours. Do not steal. Can't believe Yuno can't swim. I can swim! I fell in, and so I had to swim my way back out. That's why it took so long. But it's okay, now I've got full water, see? Yeah. In water. Don't do it. I'm a day risen! I can't swim. True. Anyways, what were we talking about? AI stuff, right? Yeah. The Twitch changes are crazy. Well, I say changes, but it's more just like new features they want to add. I'm just like, what the hell? How do you think that's going to fix, or not even fix? What do you think that's going to provide to your service? The answer is nothing. They just want an excuse to use more AI. Because they still are clinging to the idea that it's going to be the next big thing. Come on, guys, surely this time. Surely this time will be right. And this won't be a big waste of money. LOL, Lamau even. But yes, I did also hear the thing about how the Pope mentioned having concerns about AI, so people have been citing religious reasons as to why they don't want to use it. Surely this feature no one asked for and will not use will be the feature that will sell people on AI. Yeah, surely, of course, obviously. They think advisors will want to use them more. Twitch already doesn't get that many advertisers as it is. Because how many times do you get stuck in ad jail on Twitch and you're stuck seeing the same, like, 4 ads? Because they just don't have any other ads they can show you. Happens to me all the dang time. Every time? Yeah. It sucks pretty bad. I also read on Twitter that people think the Pope letter is AI, so who the frick knows? It's not. I think it's AI bros trying to be like, surely he doesn't believe what he's saying. He actually wrote it with AI, which means he's on our side. I'm pretty sure that's not the case, though. Did you know AI is an abbreviation? A equals who, I equals asked for this. So true. No, AI stands for asked for this. I did not. You gotta Yoda it, and then it's perfect. AI bros do nothing but cope. Correct. And I am not afraid to say as much. Ad jail is one reason I don't like watching on Twitch. Yeah, I get it. People are trying to make it more palatable by choosing to, like, bunch all the ads together, but I don't know. I don't feel like that's super advantageous. Always is not good. You know what? I like that too. Anyways. I just want to give Budo money. Thank you. Well, since you're a subscriber, that means you don't really have to worry about getting the ads. And then in exchange, I get money. Yay! I felt like supporting on Twitch and then I just kind of stayed here. If it works, it works. As long as you are enjoying yourself and are happy. Can I just PayPal you $30 every week? Do I look like I'm going to say no? By all means. Stream Elements is available at all times. I think you just have to use SE Pay when I'm not live. Can you send me 30K? No, I'm not gonna ask for 30K. Drop the link? Okay. Okay. Big fan of Big Perp is the nickname as well. I do have a Twitch tab open, but I can't talk in chat there. Phone number verification? Understandable. I have to have these precautions because there were like some big concerns about like bot raids and stuff. But yeah, if you use Stream Elements, which should be linked in my actual like donation and tip section, even if I'm not live, it should allow you to use Stream Elements Pay, which you can connect to your PayPal as well. And that will allow you to send me money dollar even when I am not live. Normally the link is primarily active when a stream is live, but if you have SE Pay enabled, you can do it at any time for offline donations. Which I do. I'll donate to the Buno Must Eat a Burger a Week cause. Thank you. I do agree that, you know, Hanaki needs at least one burger a week to be happy. Do you take check? Are you going to mail it? Are you mailing it? Because there isn't really much I can do with a check unless I can scan it. I'll put it in a bottle out on the sea and hope for the best. Okay, bet. Yeah, I'll take check. Surely it will eventually wash upon the Onigashima shore. Eventually, right? It might just take a really long time. I prefer femaling it. Ba-bumch. Good job drinking Respect Woman juice. It literally can't not make it to you if you think about it. That's true. Throw $30 in a bottle and throw it in the ocean and hope it makes it. Yeah! It'll eventually make its way to me, surely. Our souls are connected by fate. I feel like surely our shores will also be connected by your desire to help me eat a burger. Heh. My desire for burger will allow me to control the trajectory of the waves. So that the bottle will arrive to me. Yes. That is indeed the plan. Yes, sir. Eat a burger? Is that like an eat a bag? No, eat a burger. 3 separate words. Souls and Fate famously do great with ocean currents. True. If my check falls down and no one's around to see it, does it still bounce? Say no. Now imagine Buno in her Senor Buno disguise robbing a bank. Yes. I wouldn't actually. Honestly, I think I'd be pretty bad at bank robbing. I don't foresee that going very well for me. Oui. I am Senor Buno. If you would be so kind as to place the money into mine bago, or favor. Thanks. That's how it would go. You just mix 3 separate languages and what of it? You gotta keep them guessing. If they can't tell where I'm from, then that's going to make it a better disguise. You gotta keep the enemy guessing. How do you plead? I'm just a girl. Literally me.
Cute. Do better.
Maxter, thank you for the $4.20 tip. Haha, nice. I got inspired by your amazing Supain Go. Thanks, Buno. Yeah. Your gracias. J.K. Rowling's best Spanish character. So true. Trilingual robber deserves we open the big safe, actually. You know, a cool trilingual guy just came in here. It was crazy. Wow, really? Whoa, I'm so sad I missed it. Yeah, that's crazy. It's okay, we'll be your alibi. Oni was definitely streaming. Yeah, so true, guys. I literally could never be a suspect because I don't leave my house, so I would just have to be like, sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. I was streaming. I stream for like a lot of hours almost every day, so that was on a stream day. I didn't go anywhere.
Cute. Do better.
Yuno. Not the nyo. Yuno Hanaki. Not sure what all he said. I don't speak Czech. That's fair. Your Honor, I don't even have a cool mustache. Your Honor, I hate to tell you this, but I'm a lady. I don't have a mustache. TedEdGR, thank you for the $25 tip. Here is my donation for Senor Buno. Eat hamburguesa, por favor. Thank gozaimasu. Thanks. Mercy boku. Yunyo Hanyaki. True. Boku wa think to ist loka. Das ist wrong. Ari gracias or something. Yeah, true. That reminds me of the person who tried to get away with murder by pre-recording a game stream. God, was that not the most terrifying thing ever? I heard about that story. I watched another YouTuber do like a deep dive documentary type video on it. God, scary. Terrifying. And he kept dropping hints during that pre-recorded stream too. Like, he was so smug. He knew he was gonna get away with it. Scary. Is Yuno about to murder us? No. Again, I don't leave my house. I'll leave my house. Mixing Japanese with other languages will always be my favorite bit. I love saying Japanese in, like, really exaggerated accents. I still think my favorite videos that I've watched in recent memory are from the girl who is from Texas and is so scared that she can't pronounce Japanese correctly, so she makes a lot of jokes about herself speaking Japanese with, like, a really deep southern accent. Moshi moshi! Toshoukan wa doko desu ka? It's so funny. And she doesn't sound like that normally. She does sound like an actual, like, proper JP speaker when she speaks Japanese. It's just that she exaggerates it for the bit because that's what she thinks she sounds like. Because she's insecure. Makes me laugh. You don't have to leave your house. We're in your walls. Can you get out of there? Can you get out of there, please? And Oni wants her privacy. That's how foreigners are depicted in anime. No, foreigners are depicted in anime as being incapable of speaking Japanese at all. So they're like, hello, friend! Watashi wa Nihongo wo benkyou shite imasu. Where is the ramen? Or something. They're like really loud. Do you understand, oh? Yeah, true. Another example of my favorite bit of that kind of joke is in the, it's in the anime Skull-Faced Bookseller Honda-san. He's talking to a foreign guy who is trying to get a specific title of book for his daughter. And he doesn't know a lick of Japanese. So he's like, I am trying to find this book for my daughter. Do you know where this book is? And he holds up his phone and Honda looks at the title and is just like, oh god, that's a BL. So he's like trying to figure out how to articulate that they don't sell those kinds of like erotic BL books at their store. And he's like, no have book, no have. And the guy is confused and is just like, but this is library, not library, this is library bookstore. Why you not have the book? And eventually he's like, special yaoi book! And I think about special yaoi book every day. Cause like, Honda just gets so nervous, he doesn't know how else to respond to this foreigner. He's just like, special yaoi book! And it's so good. If you haven't watched Skull-Face Bookseller Honda-san, I do highly recommend. It's so funny. It's so good. Special yaoi book! Truly, I think about it every day. It's like, it's bad. 100% we should watch along that. True. It's a really short series. I wish they made more. I'd love a season 2. It's so funny. Really good anime. Conrad, thank you for the $6.90 tip. Haha, nice. Surely this will find its way to the Onigashima burger order counter. Yeah, hopefully. My favorite will always be the Steins Gate airport scene. I haven't watched Steins Gate, so I'm not sure what that one is. But I do recognize the Asama Gadayo. Hello, everyone. How are you? Fine, thank you. I always think of the bit in Scary Movie with the Grudge kid that speaks JP, but it's just brand names. Oh, God. Yeah. Can I get a number 9? A number 9 large? It's right up your alley with conspiracy and theory crafting. Oh. Well, they did just announce that they're making a remaster of the visual novel too, right? Maybe I'll have to look into the visual novel. I have friends that really like Steins Gate. I just never got into it. But perhaps I will have to look into the remastered visual novel. I think Kinokuniya bookstores had life-size cardboard cutouts of the bookstore skeleton at one point. Yeah, probably. More than likely. Apparently the new VN is an updated script. Might be interesting. Yeah! I've heard it's good, but wasn't emotionally ready. Yeah. I have also heard it can be quite heavy. But I was strong enough for Clanad. Surely I can handle Steins Gate. I'll look into it. Worst comes to worst, that could be another anime we try to watch together. If I decide I don't want to play the game. Games? Well, I'm guessing the remaster is just for the one. For right now, anyway. So far. We'll have to see. Clanad. Yeah. I love Clanad. Steins Gate Remake is an updated script, but apparently it's based on the anime, not the VN. Oh, interesting. In a good way? Was the anime so good that they had to update the VN to reflect it? Still haven't brought myself to finish season 2. That's very fair. I think I mentioned this before, but when I showed Hitomi Clanad, we got through all of season 1, but we didn't get to After Story. And After Story is where it starts getting real sad. That Twitter drama with Clanad made me so mad. Oh, right, from the... It was like some content creator who claimed that the art style for Clanad made them look like underage, right? And it made her uncomfortable. People nowadays being so afraid of moe eyes. Sick and twisted. Steins Gate will surprise trauma you? Oh. Shaping factor in scientific anime. I see. I'll have to keep that in mind. Unfortunately, I'm not really big on sci-fi and like sci-fi elements and stories. If it's like super heavy on the science, it might be a bit much, but we will see. Steins Gate firmly held the #2 spot on Mal for like a decade. Oh. Does Clanad make everyone cry? It's pretty emotional, yes. Clanad is like quintessential key project vibes. But no, I agree. I don't even think Clanad is that moe blob. If you want to call something moe blob, you could maybe say that about like Canon. But even then, I don't think it's that bad either. Just because they have big eyes doesn't mean that they are that child-coded. They're literally the same age. Would you watch the Backrooms movie? I've heard it's quite good, honestly. I don't really know anything about the Backrooms, though. Backrooms stuff was never really something I got into. I understand it at its core. Like, I understand the base concept of it. But I don't know enough about it to, like, really have an opinion. Fuko and maybe Nagisa count as moe blob and Clanad? Yeah, kind of. I can see an argument for Fuko, maybe, but she's still, like, close enough in age to Tomoya that it's not weird. But no, the person that we're talking about, the OP, she was insulting Nagisa, I believe. Like, she said that Nagisa looked too young. So the romance made her feel uncomfortable. There's like rooms and they're in the back or something as opposed to the front rooms. Yeah, true. You're so right. Isn't Fuko technically the same age as Tomoya? That's what I mean. They're like close enough in age that it's not weird. Technically speaking, Shu would be the same age as Tomoya, I believe. If not for circumstances, TM. I'm trying to avoid spoilers. But no, I loved Fuko a lot in Clan Ed. She was actually my favorite character. Angi says the oldest character too was she held back 2 years. Yes. She was indeed held back. Well, I think she was held back 1 year when she first meets Tomoya. And then I think she gets held back again. But no, I really like Clan Ed. It's good. Clan Ed is a rare one where I really love the MC. Tomoya is so good. I think they do a really good job of making Tomoya, like, his own character in a way that's really strong. I think it also helps that, I believe it's Sugita who voices him, Tomokaze Sugita. Incredible voice actor, so he does a really good job at, like, bringing him to life as a character, too. You can really get, like, all of the nuances of his character across in his voice lines. They're really good. I like Clan Ed. Sugi bro is cool. He is cool. He's also really good friends with my mama, not to brag. I see Sumeragi-sensei replying to him on Twitter a lot, because I follow them both. They both reply to each other rather often. Not to brag, but I'm like 1 degree of separation away from him. Not really. That's not really how this works. I just like to joke about it because it's funny. Tomoya is Yuichi Nakamura. Oh, Nakamura, right. You are correct, my bad. My brain got them confused. Probably because I was just talking about Canon and thinking about how they look in Canon. I ship Tsunohara with Kyo. Interesting. I mean, I can see it working. Kotomi and Fuko Ue. Ue. I really liked Kotomi too. I also really liked Tomoyo. She was my favorite of the, like, potential love interests, if I can call them that. Like, of the ones that it would seem the most likely for Tomoyo to date, I really liked Tomoyo. Anyway, yeah, Clan Ed is good. And emotional, but, like, I guess kind of old school emotional. There's, like, certain tender elements to it that I feel like you wouldn't really see in more modern anime. They have extra episodes for their routes? Yes, I remember! I recall. I liked the Tomoyo episodes. New School Emotional is Violet Evergarden. That one was on my list for a long time as something to watch, but then somebody else, that I am friends with mentioned that she really didn't like it because she thought that it was kind of like just trying to be sad, and that there wasn't really, like, a plot to it, or, like, it didn't feel like it was, like, the purpose was truly just to be sad, and I was like, interesting. So it became less of a priority on my list. You can say slop, you know you won't get canceled. I don't want to call it slop in that regard. I feel like people just call whatever slop and they don't understand what it means. Did you ever watch Mariaholic? Whenever I hear Sugita's name, I think of that opening where he's singing the main character is a lesbian. That's pretty funny. No, I never watched Mariaholic. I don't mind an episodic series without a strong overarching plot, but Violet Evergarden ain't it. I see. You gotta treat each episode as its own story experience. It's sad, but it's a product of its times. I see. I like a lot of the music from Violet Evergarden. I had a big Ishikawa Yui phase where I was like listening to a lot of stuff that she did, and she has like a album where she sang a lot of the songs from Violet Evergarden because she plays the main character. And I really liked listening to her sing. I liked the songs. A lot of the songs are really pretty. How about Elfen Lied? I haven't watched Elfen Lied in ages, but I did watch it. I definitely watched it at an age where I should not have watched it. Similar to what happened when I watched Higurashi. Watched both of those at a time where I should not have. It's kind of the Elfen Lied experience, TBH. Yes, obviously. I think a lot of those like older series, depending on your age demographic, perhaps, I think you end up watching them when you're too young. Which is what happened to me. Watched it when I was too young. What about Toradora? God, I love Toradora! Oh, I love Toradora! Sorry. I love Toradora a lot, in case you couldn't tell by the fact that the O-san came out of me. My OG-san came out. Toradora. Kukimiya Rie. Love it. Also, another oldie but goodie that I want to revisit, Shakugan no Shana. Speaking of, like, Kukimiya Rie doing a fucking banger job as a tsundere character. Also, underrated Kuki role, Zero no Tsukaima. A lot of anime has an innocuous look for Western standards, so you end up watching something more adult than expected early on as a standard experience. Well, the other thing, too, about a lot of anime is the way that they rate things for certain age demographics in Japan is different from how things are rated in like, the West or, like, other places. So, like, a lot of things in Japan that are rated as being, like, for kids have stuff in it that would normally only be shown to, like, PG-13 audiences in the West. Japanese kids were just built different. Rama 1/2. Never watched that one. Zero no Tsukaima in 2026. Yeah, I know, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, I love Kugyu. Don't think I ever watched much gory stuff when I was too young, but I had early encounters with the other kind of content you shouldn't watch at that age. That's fair. Me with yaoi. Time to talk about Hayate the combat butler. We don't talk about Hayate the combat butler enough. And I've always said this. I checked out that manga from the library so many fucking times. Shit slaps, Your Honor. Goated with the sauce, Your Honor. Hinagiku should have won. Man. I haven't thought about it in so long. My goodness. So many old series. My nostalgia. Nostalgia. Author didn't care for best girl. Ain't it just the way? Anytime you get invested in one of the girls, she always ends up being the one that loses, man. Same exact shit happened with Devil as a part-timer. Still salty about the very obvious ending, but the manga overall was so good. True. We don't talk about Devil as a part-timer. It is a plague upon mine house. Unfortunately, I cannot help but bring it up every time I think about a series where the wrong girl wins, and also a series where the story kind of falls off a cliff. Surely there is only one season. Honestly, I had been one of those people that begged and pleaded for a season 2, but then I found, like, the light novels, and I was, like, catching up on everything that happened in all the light novels, and I was like... Lucifer should have went with the femboy route. Hey, this guy gets it. This guy gets it. You're so right. Lucy should have won. He's the perfect wife. I'm glad we all agree. We demand season 2, read source, we demand filler to fix this. No, what happened to me was I knew a little bit of what season 2 would be focusing on, and so I watched the season 2 anime, and it ended on another cliffhanger, and I was like, huh. I wonder what happens in the rest of this. And then I consumed the rest of it via alternate sources, and I was like, you know, maybe this doesn't need another season. Maybe this doesn't need more. If it was actually about how working food service is hell, it would have been so much better, actually. I wish it focused more on that. I think they started getting too into the weeds of their, like, fantasy story. I think they cared more about the fantasy stuff more than they did about the mundanity of working food service. From what I was reading, I feel like it became less and less about actually working the food service job and more about just the fantasy and, like, the politics of the fantasy. And I was just like, I don't know if I signed up for this. I don't think I wanted this part. That was me with Oshinoko for a while. Oh god, I haven't even tried to watch Oshinoko. I have a feeling I would hate it. From what little I am aware of, I just have a feeling I would hate it. More power to you for trying. Have you watched Durarara? I haven't watched it in a very long time, but yes, I have watched it. I watched Durarara, the first one. I don't think I watched the ×2. At the very least, I don't remember if I did or not. But yes, I've watched Durarara. I love Shizuo. Smile. That's my boy, smile. I am not an Izaya fucker. I'm the other one. Durarara is so good. The other seasons aren't as good as S1, but also the best character is in those seasons. How? It really do be like that. Don't, it's rental girlfriend levels. Okay, noted. Got it. Honestly, my problem with AOT, I was down for the glorious humanity besieged by monsters from beyond the possible. Nope, story is not about that. It really does suck when, like, you have an interesting, like, starting storyline that you think is going to be the focus, and then they pivot away to something else that it just does not interest you, but it apparently interests the author, so they just won't shut up about it. So frustrating when an author finds a completely different aspect of the story to be more interesting. And I'm just like, hello? Can we focus on the other cool stuff you were doing? Can we go back to that, please? But you know how it is. Writers will be writers. You know what's a really good series that I'd love to see more of? Working. So true. Working is also very underrated. I recognize what people like about Durarara, but I couldn't handle its pacing. So much time wasted on miscommunication and secrets made me frustrated while watching. Fair. It definitely doesn't work for everyone. Zombieland Saga. Zombieland Saga was good. I don't think I finished season 1, unfortunately. But I did like it. I should really go back and, like, restart it. Nobody but the Nabari no O mangaka has exploited this to such a good degree. We owe you our lives, non-binary legend, amen. God, Nabari no O was so freaking good. Had that happen recently with a comedy romance that turned into a fighting and power scaling? Oh my god, that's crazy. Yeah, I liked Working. I thought Working was cute. I remember I had a similar feeling with Inu X Boku SS. I really liked that anime. But then I found out that the manga went in like it pivoted in like a really weird, like super fantasy direction that I did not vibe with at all. And I was just like, ah, man, that's so disappointing. Like, I liked the more slice of life with the fantasy elements that was, like, portrayed in the anime, but the manga, like, totally pivots into something else. And I was like, lit. I wanted to watch Inuboku. Still watch it. I still think it's actually a cute watch. Just don't worry about the manga. Don't worry about the manga or the light novels. I do highly recommend the anime, though. I think it's very charming. It's one of my faves. Really good voice cast there, too. Also, it was my seiyuu bias, Eguchi Takuya. It was one of his first major roles as, like, a lead character. And he gets bullied by Mamoru Miyano because their two characters are, like, a pairing. Not like a romantic pairing, but based on how the show works, they're, like, all kind of paired up. So because they are a pairing, it led to Egu getting bullied by Mamo a lot, and they're both like freakishly tall, seiyuu as well, so it's just these two really tall men. And their dynamic's just really funny to me. Don't worry about the manga, the Usagi drop special. Listen, I think we could say that about a lot of series. Anime is really great, don't worry about the manga. Don't worry about any of the secondary media. Baby Egu sounds cute. He's so cute in that role. It drives me crazy. He was so little then. I love Uramichi Oni-san too real. Oh my god, another underrated classic. I love that one. I read the manga back when it was a one-shot, and then it got picked up for a series, and then it got an anime, and I loved the anime. Imagine being tall couldn't be Yuno. I'm average height. But you're right that I can't imagine being fully tall. My phone is autocorrecting to Yuno now. Oh no, I've been assigned Spanish. Anime is good too, I kept to the manga. I thought the anime was good. Me with Komi-san. Ironically, I thought Komi-san worked better as a one-shot. Oh my... I never read the Komi-san manga. But I definitely felt like the anime was kind of lacking for me. I think maybe it would have benefited from being, like, shorter. Or just being, like, maybe just a movie based off of the one-shot rather than, like, the whole season that they gave it. I don't know. Komi-san kind of started losing me the longer it went on for anime-wise. Isn't the inverse also true where sometimes the manga is superior and the anime is disregarded? Well, yes. Well, yes. The inverse can also be true. I feel like more times, though, anime adaptations end up doing an original source material justice a lot of the time. But that's also because, especially with older series and, like, older IP, you had anime that was running, simultaneously alongside an ongoing manga, so they didn't know how the manga would end, so they often had to make up their own endings for the anime. I think it was good for a while, but I think it's way too drawn out. The manga is on like 14 volumes or something, and the actual premise is basically gone. That's kind of the thing. I feel like Komi-san as a premise is better suited to like a shorter thing. I would have kept it to, like, maybe 4 or 6 manga volumes. Card captures? Are you talking about card captors? Yes, good series. Waiting 2 years between seasons hurts, but we have seen the alternative. Me looking at the facts that Idler 7 Season 4 is still in jail. They literally had to post something because the 10-year anniversary is this year, and they had to post about like all the stuff that was being done to celebrate the 10-year anniversary, and everyone was like, surely we're going to get our anime now. And they had to have a disclaimer from the animation studio that was just like, it's coming. Like, they just had to be like, chill out. It's coming. But we were like, but it's been so long. When will they give it to us? Disclaimer, Half-Life 3. Bleh. Anyways. Anyhow. A manga I think would be nice animated would be Emma. Such a fun little Victorian romance. Ooh, I'd love a Victorian romance anime. I'm getting something kind of close. It's not quite a Victorian, but it's like 1800s England. 19th century. Which has been pretty fun. Komi-san and her guy just need to get together, and now it's about them being a cute couple, but writing established relationships is forbidden or something. I don't think it's so much that, but like... I think it gets hard when there's nothing else to really happen. Because like, when you're writing an established relationship, the issue then becomes introducing new conflict for the two of them to face. And unless you just want a bunch of like, couple miscommunicating, or... couple getting jealous of another person, or like the core tropes that happen when you're trying to introduce conflict into an established relationship, it gets very like recycled. Or then it becomes less about their relationship and more about the relationships of everybody around them, which I guess is fine in a way, but Horimiya was a nice change-up because of that. I love Horimiya. So good. Komi-san's whole issue is that the show starts spinning its wheels and doesn't have the self-restraint to just end the story. Fair. Then there's an amnesia arc. Blech. Froze up, dies, froze up again. They're going to college at some point, right? I got distracted thinking of Dokusei guys going to college. Aw, man, the Dokusei boys finally going to college. That is cute. Love Stages enter the chat. Stop! Stop! My trauma! Stop! Stop! Yeah, hit it with rocks. Get it out of here. Goodbye, 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 goodbye. Love Stage. Ugh. The way you betrayed me with that shit. Ugh. 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 Never do that to me again. Otaku is really good at showcasing both established, new, and budding relationships. That one is like my gold standard for romance. You mean Otakoi? Or is Otaku short for something else? Forgive me for not knowing. Otakoi. Yeah. Otakoi needs a season 2 of the anime. Maybe like 4 seasons. Because I've been wanting to experience more of Otakoi, but I haven't been able to pick up the manga. I agree that it's very good for, like, the different types of relationships, though. Manga has been finished for a while. Oh, I see. Yeah, I'm surprised it hasn't gotten one picked up, because it was, like, really popular when it was airing. At least I thought it was. Yes, my Dress Up Darling has also ended. Manga has enough for maybe 1.5 seasons, definitely not 4. Well, I was being exaggerating on purpose because I just really like it, so I want a lot. I'm exaggerating because I want a lot of it because I love it. I don't literally mean give it 4 seasons. Are you begging now? I'm begging for Noragami Season 3. You're so valid for that. The Noragami ending makes me a little emo, but I do think overall the story is really good, so it'd be nice to see more of it. Even if I get depressed. I always get depressed when I think about Noragami. But as someone with a Hiyori figure, I do love Noragami enough that I would be happy if it got more attention. I feel like anything is possible now that we've actually gotten confirmation that Akatsuki no Yona is finally getting a season 2. I'm at a point now where I'm just like, well, if we were finally able to get that, clearly God is listening. It's just a little bit delayed. There's just a little bit of lag between my wishes and them being fulfilled. So clearly, I can get what I want as long as I am patient and I have faith and I believe. Forgot about that. I will never forget. But I was one of those people that was, like, honestly pretty happy with the fact that even though we weren't going to get a season 2, I was very happy with the fact that they put in the effort to animate the Zeno arc anyway. They knew that they cooked so hard with Zeno's arc that they had to make an OVA dedicated to telling Zeno's story. And for that, I am grateful. As someone who loves Hiro Shimono's acting, thank you. That was for me. If they just restarted AOEX and Kuroshitsuji like the anime original endings hadn't happened, we'll always have hope. True. We can believe. Surely all of our anime wishes will come true. We just have to manifest, guys. Just gotta believe. The thing with waiting, voice actors aren't immortal. Don't say that. Don't say that. They're actually all gonna live forever. I get what you mean, though. Even on the JP side, there will eventually be a point where people are going to have to start getting recast. Certain things just won't be possible anymore. actually all seiyuu that I like are gonna live forever, so it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine, and I'm coping. Don't say that. You joke about it, but there actually is a pretty famous seiyuu agency that has partnered with 11 Voice to try and preserve their seiyu's voices. Allegedly, it's opt-in. But, allegedly it's opt-in. But I don't know how true that actually is. Luffy's VA trying to get them to cast someone new for the remake and failing. It's really hard in JP. I feel like a lot of times seiyuu are just so synonymous with their roles that it's very difficult to do like an actual recasting. It's rare. When it does, it's almost seen as like a kind of taboo. Because usually, I guess when you sign that contract, you're there for life. But I do think that if a seiyuu wants to quit, they should be allowed to quit. Especially if it's because of a matter of, like, age in particular. Let the lady rest. So I just need to record people reading dictionaries so we can just stitch together their words for things after they pass. Oh god. Turning my favorite seiyuu into a Vocaloid so they can be preserved for generations to come. So true. Somebody please go get my faves in the booth right this second. I will learn how to be a Vocaloid producer if it means I can play with their voice banks. Yeah, if she's in her 70s, she's not going to be able to keep up the energy that's needed for Luffy forever. I feel that way about some older voice actors, even in the West. Like, how long are we going to make Tom Kenny do SpongeBob? I know he loves it, and he's just having a grand old time, but, like, there's eventually gonna have to be a point where they start retiring, right? Oy. Shiro Emiya's seiyuu coming back for the 50th Fate adaptation. Noriaki Sugiyama's never gonna die, this is true. Looking at you, Monica Rial, oh my goodness. Frank Welker is Scooby. There's certain roles where I guess it would be harder to hand it off because it's going to be difficult to live up to the predecessor. And there are just certain character voices that are very hard to do even for impersonators. Like, weren't there people who would get really mad at, like, the newest person playing, Kermit because they thought that he just didn't sound enough like Kermit? Particularly when he sings. I think people tolerate him a little bit more when he's acting because he has the intonation down, but his, like, actual pitch and, like, the overall, like, voice of it is, like, something that people just could not tolerate, and they would always, like, shit-talk him whenever he did new stuff as Kermit. Which I think is, like, kind of why in JP it's also really hard to replace a seiyuu. I think there's just this inherent understanding that fans, once they get used to a certain voice, are going to, like, really struggle, when it comes to, like, getting used to the new voice, no matter how close to it they are. Even if they aren't that close, or even if they do manage to be a decent impression. I don't know. It was such a good day when Chris Pratt wasn't the Mario voice for the game. Yeah, Chris Pratt just has a market on the movies. I don't think they're gonna have him also take over the game role. Perhaps it's a sign that media should be put to rest after a certain point and new media comes up to take its place. I mean, I agree. I definitely think that this culture of, like, remasters and remakes and revisits of old things is oftentimes fairly harmful. Because I just feel like we're not able to entertain new ideas. And we're not able to, like, allow people to experiment with, like, new roles. And stuff like that. I personally think there would be some value in new things taking over for the old stuff. Or at least not waiting so long between revisits. If the new guy can follow up Charles Martinet's Mario and have people like it, anything's possible, though maybe not the best example since Martinet reportedly was very sad about being replaced. It's because it was so sudden for him. I don't think he had been ready to retire when he got replaced. I think it's different, especially the thing about the West when it comes to voice acting, contrary to JP, where you have to kind of like make the executive decision and discuss it with the voice actor before like removing them from the role. In the West, you do not have those protections as a voice actor. No matter how prolific you are as a voice actor, no matter how famous you are, the minute the executives decide they don't want to keep you around, you can just get axed and you can't fight it at all. Which is what happened to Charles Martinet. He was just randomly fired from the position one day. And then they tried to be like, oh, but we're gonna give him this, like, honorary role because of all of his contributions to Mario, when they got all the backlash because it was so sudden. But, like, a lot of times, you don't really find out about this stuff until you're just randomly told, oh yeah, by the way, you've been fired. And even when you're auditioning for roles, sometimes you don't realize how important the role that you're stepping into is until you're actually cast in it. There was this... I can't remember the specific character that this was about, but there was a situation where a man was cast in a role that used to be played by a very prolific voice actor, and the prolific voice actor kind of was, like, passive-aggressively, like, shitty about it, and, like, kind of shit-talking him for taking the role away. But, like, homie didn't know. He was just auditioning for a role, and then he got it and found out later what he was doing, and he was like, oh shit, okay. But, like, work is work. It wasn't really his fault, he didn't know. But the industry is so, like, tight-lipped when it comes to their NDAs that you sometimes won't even know what kind of franchise that you're in until you're in it. You know? It sucks. Was he fired? I thought he had some kind of health issue and had to step down, or at least that's what I heard. Are you talking about Charles Martinet? I'm pretty sure it was a firing, at least from what I heard about it. It might have been that he brought up that he had a health thing, and then they decided to terminate him without, like, checking if that was what he wanted to do. It could be a mix. You must activate Senor Buno for the rest of OniMon. Now who the fuck made you the one in charge? You can't just come in here and make a demand randomly in the middle of a stream, brother. Bro, you had a one-up. Reportedly, Nintendo pressured him really hard to step down and he caved under the pressure. I see, I see. Yeah. But no, it can happen with stuff like this. The industry is, like, very bad about just terminating long-term voice actors, and then also, like, conversely not telling new voice actors the extent of what they're getting into until they're in it. Like, sometimes you can guess if you're, like, looking at the copy, which is a word for the script. Sometimes if you're looking at your audition script, you can make, like, an educated guess of the series that you might be getting a chance to audition for. But for the most part, they try to omit as much identifying information as possible until you're actually cast. And then when you're cast, you're like, surprise! Now you're playing this character in major IP, and you're like, oh, that's what that was. like, you can't always control that. I know I used to be kind of upset when these recasts would happen, but, like, unfortunately it is just business. I remember I was the most upset when it came to Troy Baker being replaced as Yuri Lowell in Tales of Vesperia. When they decided to localize the PS3 remake of Tales of Vesperia, which is the version that actually has, like, Patty in it, and a few, like, other added, like, story beats, they did not bring Troy Baker back to play Yuri, because allegedly the studio claimed that he was going to be too expensive now, because it was, like, this was after Last of Us, where he got super famous. But apparently Troy openly, like, said on his socials that he would have been more than willing to come back and play Yuri because Yuri was such an important and, like, fundamental character for him. So he was kind of gutted that he wasn't even asked. But that is just kind of the nature of the business, too. They can just kind of arbitrarily decide they don't want to ask somebody to come back. And they can also just assume that they're not in the right price range or whatever. It's sad. I was gutted when they decided to bring Chris Pratt as Mario over me. Justice for Troy. Well, this is what I mean. That kind of thing used to really upset me. But I also think that it's like, I don't know. I see it both ways, I guess, now with, like, hindsight. I can kind of understand why, too, that, like, certain companies, agencies, whatever the fricky, would make different decisions to, like, choose different casts. But there are certain deliveries that I just feel like are so iconic that it's very difficult to match. And I know, at least with Vesperia, the new voice actor that they brought in to dub the new content, it clashed a lot with how Troy Baker did it. And if I remember correctly, I don't even think they redubbed the whole game. I think they kept a lot of Troy's original recordings, and then they just had the new guy come in and only record the new stuff. So I heard that it didn't mix very well. Obviously, they did not have this problem in JP. Because again, once you're cast in JP, you're kind of cast for life. Too pricey, bro. Communicate. I'd have given you the homie discount. For real. Like, that part of it made me kind of sad. But I also think that it's kind of disrespectful and irresponsible of the previous voice actors to, like, take it out on the people that got recasted. Like, if you're gonna be mad at anyone, I guess be mad at the company for making the decision to not even bring it up with you. But unfortunately, that is just the nature of the business. I think it's bad to take it out on the new actor, though. Or to, like, be mean to the new actor for taking it. You can never hate investors enough. True. Big true. It's a shame that voice actors are so front-facing that they face problems first. And I feel like this has especially become a problem because of things like, Hoyoverse voice actors becoming really prolific as streamers. On top of, like, being known for playing a character in a very popular gacha game. I think because they make themselves so front-facing as part of that game universe and kind of like the face of the brand in a way, it then leads to even more problems because they usually will have to bear the brunt of any of the problems people have about the game. Like, they just voice characters. They go into a booth, they read some words, they're done. They don't have any control over what the company's decisions are. So it always makes me so pissed off when I see people be like, at the voice actors, we have to make our complaints known. Or, you know, conversely, when another voice actor who these voice actors might not be friends with does some fuck shit, and then everybody's just like, what are you going to say about this person's actions, XYZ? When are you going to denounce X person for doing Y thing? And I'm just like, maybe it's none of their business. Maybe they're just trying to live, bro. And, like, being the face of a brand means that you have to deal with all of these problems, and you can also easily get terminated if you do anything wrong, which is also crazy. I'm still bummed about Welt getting replaced. I just liked his voice. I have no idea about him as a person. I've heard that the new person honestly does a decent job trying to fill those shoes. The whole thing with Corey was like, at least from my understanding, he had bigger issues with the company that he was working through for the sake of the dub, and then ended up taking it out on the wrong people. And he was kind of in the wrong for how he decided to take it out on people through his actions. I don't remember all of the details of it right now, but he did do some stuff that was pretty messed up. I think they might have been willing to find a compromise with him if he didn't post the email correspondence he had with the representative and also the person he was working with at Hoyoverse, and he didn't censor their names. I think that's where he messed up, and I think because he didn't censor their names, it led to people bothering them, and that's just kind of not a good look. But it is very sad. He was a very good actor. It's just that he took the wrong approach when it came to calling out the issues that he had. I think that the issues that he had might have been valid in a certain degree. It's just that the way he went about it was wrong. Also, allegedly, when he did actually take it to court, a lot of stuff was dismissed as, like, not... Man, I don't remember the actual, like, rulings that came about when he took them to court, but the actual company was, like, not found as guilty as he made them seem initially. It was just, like, a whole weird thing. It's just, I don't know what made him decide that that was the move. I think it could have been solved if he had been willing to discuss it more amicably, but instead he decided to take it to court, and then he decided to, like, reveal the names of the people he had been corresponding with. So unfortunately, because it was a pretty big faux pas, that's why he got recast. I'm still sad about the people who had to lose their roles because they had been striking, and because the strike didn't let up in time, they couldn't go back to voicing in time. It was, like, right before the strike finally let up that they decided to replace the Trailblazers too, and that really upset me. I don't even play in the English dub. I play with JP voices. 90% of the time, I don't have to deal with any of these problems. But, like, it's crazy that specifically Star Rail has gotten a lot of flack when it comes to the voice actors having to be recasted so often and changed around and stuff. You gotta make sure your ducks are in the row before you decide to do the call-out post on Twitter. I remember Nikke getting affected by the strikes. Nikke was another game that I didn't play in English. Admittedly, I am in a pretty privileged position in that I always play with JP voices if it's an option, so I don't usually have to worry about, like, voice actor replacements, but it is becoming rather... I don't want to say rather commonplace, but I feel like replacements are starting to happen more. Honestly, even in the JP side of things, I'm starting to see more replacements for stuff, but specifically, it's with games that are produced in places that are not Japan. Because I can think of a couple examples of Japanese voice actors being replaced for Chinese gacha games. They're replacing one of the guys in Love and Deep Space. They're replacing one of his one of the JP voices. For reasons that are really stupid. Oh, it's so frustrating. It was really weird hearing different voices for a bit of time. Well, at least it was only temporary, and they planned to go back to having the original voice actors when they came back. Normally, once you go through with casting a replacement, you're not going to get the OG back no matter what. Which is why once the final ruling is made to recast somebody, like, it's pretty serious by then. Warn me sooner, my home defenses are not ready for riding Fujos. Well, this is JP's side. I don't think many people who are actually playing Love and Deep Space in the West are using JP voices. I think most people would either be using Chinese or English. So you probably won't have to worry about it. That said, though, a lot of people say that that's kind of why in English the Love and Deep Space voice actors are anonymous. They are not actually credited for their roles. And that's because people think it's a realization that if they are getting followed because of the fact they play a character, that it would get, like, really parasocial and, like, stalker-y, and people would be really trying hard to find any reason to, like, cancel them and just cause problems for them. So, at least with Love and Deep Space. Love and Deep Space, I can understand why they would need to be kept anonymous. I don't think that's happening as much with other games, but I have to admit I kind of respect the decision to keep them anonymous, because, I mean, if I was one of those guys, I don't know if I'd really want my name to be out there too, because I could only imagine how crazy it would be to have a bunch of women messaging me every single day and being like, "Oh, Xavier." No thanks. Isn't Love and Deep Space the gacha that doesn't appeal to Fujos, or are they making it work and I haven't found out? Yesn't? Fujos will still play the game. However, comma, Love and Deep Space is a game that has explicitly stated they are not super fond of people making BL with the characters, and also being, like, presuming your character to be a guy. Like, the game is, like, one of those that's, like, really strict about, like, this game is for women. These men are interested in you, parentheses, woman. Kind of, in that way, they're, like, less a fan of the Fujoshi angle. And also, there is a strict rule, narratively. I'm sorry I know so much about this. I haven't even played the fucking game, and I know this much about this. I just find the culture fascinating. Anyway, there is a specific rule narratively where the boys are not allowed to interact with each other within their stories. So even though characters canonically would know each other, narratively, they are never going to be shown interacting with one another, because that would apparently make the girls that play the game freak out at the idea that, like, the universes could cross over. So, in each individual universe that you're in with your chosen love interest, you will never interact with any of the other guys. Or, well, the other guys will not interact with each other. I think you might still occasionally talk to the other guys, but they are not allowed to talk to each other. So, even though you have two childhood friends in Zane and Caleb, the two of them are never going to speak to each other in either route, because girls get weird about it, and specifically because they don't want any of the, like, the Fujo stuff being pandered to, I guess. Parasocial even within the game is insane, I know, right? They really want you to feel like you are the only, like, character that the boy cares about. Which is an interesting approach, and it's clearly working for them. They're making hella bank. But yeah, they are kind of trying to avoid too much, like, BL, or, like, not, like, they don't want you playing the game as a guy and seeing your main character as a guy. They will go out of their way to make sure that you remember that the main character is a woman. Specifically, cis woman. They will go out of their way to make sure that you are reminded of that regularly. Good morning, Hanaki, welcome in. All the other guys are pointing each other off screen. Maybe. Again, this will not stop Fujos, obviously. I'm sure that there are probably still people that ship some of the guys together. But, yeah. Official cosplayers and events also don't interact much with male cosplayers as far as I know. I believe so. I do think they specifically are, like, asked to focus on catering to the girls that come up. I don't think they're necessarily, like, mean to any guys that come up, but they do usually prefer only interacting with girls. And yes, they do have official cosplayers at their events that dress up as the love interests and will do, like, fan servicey poses with girls who come up to take pictures with them. In case you were wondering. That's not as common as, like, having cardboard cutouts of the guys that you can take pictures with and, like, other things you can pose with, but they do that occasionally. You're not invited. Don't remind me. It's fine. I am being sandwiched in my brain. But no, it is very fascinating to see a Josei Muke game pander so hard to girls that they're, like, really trying to keep a tight lid on the Fujoshi side. I think the whole reason this came out was because I believe it's a rule in their Discord, like the official Discord server that they have, that you can't post BL fan art, and you can't post self-insert shippy art if your persona is, like, a guy. Like, they don't want you posting it in the official channels. I think they also were kind of, like, about you posting it, like, on in official hashtags on social media, too, but I think they police that a bit less, simply because that would be kind of impossible to fully police, if I had to guess. I would struggle with it, that's for sure. But yeah, it's kind of crazy. Weird stuff. Not sure what to think of that. Women should have content catered to them, of course, but going so far as to explicitly exclude queer men. Yeah, it is a little bit intense. I think there were a lot of people who were not, like, super thrilled with that. Especially because a lot of their influencer marketing, they asked male VTubers to play the game. Specifically, they asked a lot of queer male VTubers to play the game and, like, showcase it to their audiences. Perhaps because they knew that a lot of their audiences were majority women, and that's why. But, like, a lot of the people that were playing it were queer men. Which means that they were paying influencers to showcase the game. And it's like, at that point, you know, why would you then forbid the actual interaction? I don't know. I can't claim to know what's going on in their minds. Have their cake and eat it too type of behavior? Maybe. I can't pretend to know. Whatever gender they are, they're interested in anime men because they're watching them, I guess. I suppose so, yeah. Like, the only reason I could think of would be because their audiences were majority girls. And the only reason I know about this is because at the time that it was happening, I remember Sora was trying to see if it would be at all possible for me to play Love and Deep Space on stream too, to see if I could potentially also get a sponsor. I didn't. I couldn't. Love and Deep Space doesn't have a PC launcher. And I don't have a reliable way to stream mobile games, unfortunately. So, I couldn't do it. When is Yuno going to be paid 1 million to play a game? I would love to know this information. Where are my paid sponsorship opportunities? I'm just a little guy. I'm just itty-bitty little guy, and it would be really great if I could get paid opportunities. Thank you. Please thank you. Please thank you so much. I gotta put myself out there more. I'm planning to make like a brand media kit that I can add to my pinned tweets so that I can be like, hello, hi, hello, hey, these are my metrics. Give $. That's all I want. Yes, they need to make a slice of life dating sim with Limbo Fitzgerald and then pay Yuno to play it. That would be crazy. If they ever decided to make a more in-depth, dating sim, where you could, like, have a more domestic life with the Bustafellows guys, I would pay so many dollars. Wasn't that one of Lynn's tips? That was something I asked Lynn about, I believe. I asked Lynn about how she felt about, like, branding and, like, media kits. I don't think she has one for herself, but we talked about whether or not it's beneficial to have one. I've been seeing more people make them, and I just think it would be nice to have something kind of, like, pretty that would have metrics at a glance. But she did mention having, like, having your metrics on hand. It helps if you have a media kit or, like, a nice way to present them. But it helps to have your metrics on hand and, like, be aware of, like, how your numbers generally look when you're, like, inquiring about sponsorships yourself. Like, if you're the one sending the message to be like, hi, I'd like to work with your brand. You kind of have to have all the information available so that they know what to expect. Or what they could expect, potentially. When Yuno becomes the president of Onigashima, she can give her press conferences from the Yuno Hanaki channel. Not the Yuno Hanaki press conference. I think I've had too many of those already as a streamer. I only want to have press conferences if I can have a really cool announcement. No more sad girl shit. Ideally. It's only a matter of time until a VTuber wins a public office. I don't think a VTuber would be allowed to run because you have to have your legal name and your, like, your legal identity that's tied to the area in which you are running for office. So unfortunately, I don't think that'd be possible. You know, Hanaki Direct number 102. That's not what OniMon is. OniMon is just for chill chatting. Although when I first came up with the concept, I did think about it being like Onigashima News. When I thought about having it sometimes be more lore heavy, I did think about coming up with like random segments where I actually talked about happenings around Onigashima. But I changed my mind on that. Because I had to come up with a freaking topic every week. Do you deploy Senior Buno whenever you want Mexican food? No! I don't even know why you think Senior Buno is a running gag that I have. I've maybe done it like one time where I took out the mustache and then I didn't even use an accent. I don't know why you think that this is a running core part of my channel that I do on the regular and that I use a really bad Spanish accent on the regular. I actually hate doing accents specifically because I don't like how they sound when I do it because I'm not good at them. No. It's tax season in Onigashima once again. Every season may as well be tax season if we're being for real. Oh gosh, with Yuno Hanaki, your weekly Purple Bros plays. Oh gosh. Oh geez. It's not? What am I even doing here? I don't know. You've been lied to. You can leave if that's what you're here for. In taxes, no! Don't finish that sentence. Don't do it. No. I'm not looking. I can't read suddenly. The accent doesn't work because you don't use a sepia filter along with it. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry I didn't turn my filter on. No. No accent. That would be rude. No. Ugh. Attack of the nerd voice, once again bothering my nose.
It's just so fun to sound like a silly little nerd, even if it makes my nose die. I just love the silly nose bird. It's worth it.
Why is she speaking French? Good question. It's more like Frenchman, because I also said German the last time I did the bit. I don't know why I am the way that I am. I would apologize, but I don't really know how to apologize for something that I don't understand why I do either. I don't know why I'm like this. Spranglinese. Yeah, true. I bestow upon you the pass. Don't say stuff like that. No. Keep the pass. I do not need it. If we knew why you were like this, then we could make more of you, and that would be a problem. That would be a problem for you, because then you'd be tortured by multiple Yuno Hanakis, and I don't think anyone really wants to be subject to that fate. I think I would benefit from having clones, though, because then I could make the clones do stuff that I don't want to do, and then I get to do all the fun stuff.
Cute. Do better.
Internal Revenue Service. Thank you for the $5 tip. We see you. Isn't it like low-key, high-key bad to impersonate the IRS? Thanks for the $5. But isn't it low-key, high-key bad to do that? It's probably fine? Okay. I mean, probably. TV is switching between Dairy Queen chicken tenders meal and Kraft bowls. Now see, the real solution is to get the chicken tenders meal and then also make a bowl of Kraft mac and cheese. And then you have chicken tenders and fries and mac and cheese. Have you ever thought about this? You should think about this. Is there like no reasonable person would believe it clause? I mean, maybe. I feel like it's just vague enough. I'm on a steroid pack, starving, do not tempt. Listen! Protein! Protein! It'll be worth it. Chicken tender yummy. There is an IRS official Tumblr. That is crazy. I feel like I knew this information before, though. I'm thinking about it now, and now I want a second dinner. Let's go! Dinner to Electric Boogaloo! If you are hungry, then you must eat. An IRS Tumblr? Yeah. Tumblr used to be pretty big. So there were some government entities that decided to have presences on Tumblr. Dinner and supper just like a hobbit? Yeah. OSHA official was super funny. They always replied in character. Yeah, I remember. The IRS did endorse a visual novel that helped you do your taxes. So I have heard. That visual novel always gets brought up around tax season. The people remember her. They catch all the Tumblr girlies saying how they're tax evading. True. Did they post Tumblr guys gifts saying pay your taxes? I wouldn't be surprised. I never followed the account, so I wouldn't know. It's basically just TurboTax with an anime girl. Well, is it cheaper than a TurboTax membership? Because from what I know, filing your taxes with TurboTax is expensive as hell. I would love to know of an alternative, if so. Where's my CPA waifu, Big Gov? I want to give my credentials to an anime girl. True. It's free to download, you still have to pay to file.
What's the fucking point? What's the fucking point?
Why do they make you pay money to file your freaking taxes? Especially when you are like me and you have to pay more money to the government because of taxes anyway. Why do they do this?
Why? No.
Can I just donate for you to do mine? Don't make me do your taxes. I put all of my information into an app and I pray to the Lord that it's correct. And then I have to pay a lot of money. I always owe so much in taxes. If you're like most of us, filing is free to file on TurboTax if you're just taking the standard deduction. What's it like to have a normal job? What's it like to have a normal job where you can take the standard deduction?
When you're self-employed and you're a content creator, they just take your money and they eat it like a nacho chip. And then my tears are the queso!
TurboTax hate me, want me die.
Evil bad.
Life hack, you can donate to a special idol group to get your taxes done. They're called accountants. I mean, true. You're not wrong. I'm ashamed to say I laughed at the nacho analogy. Well, it's correct. Hating tax is so bad the spirit of Puntable is trying to escape out of you. Standard deduction, you know, can't drive automatics, now you want her learning stick? Yeah, literally, I'm just like, what? They want me to pay so much more for doing anything with stocks, it hurts. I know! They get so mad at you when you try to make your own money outside of business. It's fricked up. I hate it. And I don't make enough money to for it to really make sense for me to become an LLC. I would just be bleeding even more. So I'm just like, man. Tubo tax, why you hate Oni? I ask this question every day. That's why I don't use them. I use something else. Then this app also tracks my spending and allows me to file it between stuff that's for business and stuff that's for pleasure. So I'm able to keep track of all of my expenses pretty well. But then I also still die. Is it possible for Yuno to identify herself as a religion? Yes, she's literally in the Bible. She hasn't read it, though. So fucking true. I would not be surprised if that was actually the case, and I just don't know because I can't touch the Bible. Ugh. New brand idea, CPA VTuber. I mean, I think it would be cool if there were more VTubers that were dedicated to, like, actual jobs in the real world, and that was, like, part of their brand. I think there would actually be a pretty big following for a VTuber who's actually, like, a certified accountant. Especially if they specialize in, like, self-employment taxes. Yeah, I know there are some expert VTubers, but I think there should be more. And I mean people who make it, like, a core part of their, like, brand and their content, not just, like, a VTuber who decides that they want their brand to be scientist. And not someone whose, like, IRL job is scientist, but they don't actually want it to have anything to do with their content. It needs to be both the core of the brand, and then it also has to be what they do in the real world. There was a Coding Girls VTuber group. That's cute. We need more life skills, though. That's why I like the idea of CPA VTuber. Can we get an asteroid to come hit Earth and Yuno goes and saves the Earth by blowing up the asteroid and never has to pay taxes ever again for doing it? I don't know why it has to specifically be an asteroid. But surely I can perform some sort of public good. And then the public good will allow me to become tax-free Smeal. I'm not going to be CPA certified! Do I look like an Oni that was meant to do math? I don't think so. I literally just finished explaining I don't really do that much math for my own taxes. I plug all my numbers into an app and I pray to God. No. A good plan includes redundancies. 2 asteroids? No. No. Canonized saint of tax exemption. I just imagine, you know, praying and simultaneously sizzling. Sometimes you gotta cook yourself a little bit in order to ensure you don't get attacked by the government. Sometimes you do what you gotta do, man. And that's just what I do. She is literally writer, just not of numbers. Yeah, no, I literally writer. I can't, I don't number good. I use app to track expenses and then I pray. That's all I do. I can't. It's funny though because Onimama was an accountant, however. But then she reached a point where she couldn't do her own taxes anymore. But then when she became disabled, she was tax exempt and she didn't have to pay taxes anymore. Which was very lucky for her. I was always just like, what's that like? As I started to have to pay more taxes. Yuno's public service would be sitting next to you and explaining what the hell was happening in Megalopolis. I mean, part of why I wanted to become a librarian and enter the library sector is because that would be one of those jobs that could eventually receive student loan forgiveness. Probably could also help a little bit with taxes. Smeal. The grandest cope of all time. It is also because I'm genuinely passionate about libraries and books, but apparently passion won't get you anywhere in this job market. Throws my hands up in the air. So looking forward to Yuno becoming a New York Times bestseller someday. Once I'm living comfortably and I'm not too stressed out to write, I'd love to be able to go back to writing like an actual book for publishing. But unfortunately, I'm quite stressed most of the time, and so most of the stuff that I write is for other projects. I haven't really written like a proper story in a very long time. There is unfortunately no forgiveness for nerds. Well, there should be. I deserve it. Good luck at your overnight shift. Have a good work day. Do your best, etc., etc. It's not that hard to be a bestseller, it's literally just based on sales. I've seen a few content creators that release books, that released books to best-selling status just because their audience bought it. It's not based on quality. Yeah, but I want it to be quality. I can't spend all of this time talking up how much of a writer I am and that I went to school for it just to produce a bad book. I'm not gonna be sitting here producing a bad book. I want a book with mass appeal, not just something that people buy because I'm VTuber. It'll also be a good book. At least that's my hope. Again, it's all about when I can get the energy to write something that isn't just like for VTuber related projects. Not that there's anything wrong with that, and I guess I could eventually turn something that I use for my VTuber stuff into a book, mayhaps, but I'm just not there yet. You don't get it? She's a perfectionist who won't release a book until she's revised it 12 times. 12? Those are rookie numbers. The VTuber Cinderella story will be the bestseller of the century. That one needs to be a light novel, and for that I would need to collaborate with an artist. Yuno Hanaki, VTuber, New York Times bestseller, Pulitzer Prize winner, purple writer. Yeah, that would probably end up being part of the blurb, huh? Author bio on the inside of the book. I like the implication that Yuno will be a Pulitzer Prize in her current incarnation. Yes. Surely. The first book I write, I'll get a Pulitzer. Obviously. She'll be running out with a highlight pen to revise books after they're printed and sold. Oh my god. My nightmare would be managing to finally publish a book and then I go to read the published copy and I notice a typo. I think I'd literally have to end it all. At that point, it wouldn't be my fault. It would be the fault of the editor and the proofreader, but I think I would simply have to end it all. Awaru. New York Times bestseller, Objectify Pomegranate by Yuno Hanaki, printed in light reactive ink so the page blanks out when you turn it. That's crazy. Crazy gimmick book. I would hope the typo's not in my name. I think I would catch that. What I mean is like a random typo or like a stray comma, like, in the middle of a page, like, I don't know, 216 pages in, I'd flow up. I'd flow up and die. Found a typo in a 4th edition of a book I was reading. It happens. Unfortunately, no copy can truly be perfect. We get as close as we can, but there will still be mistakes. Even having multiple people look at something and edit and revise it. Did she leave a note? It just says Oxford, comma. Oh, page 346. Yeah, everyone noticed. Dies. It would be truly over for me, I think. Really and truly. Which is why I simply will not let that happen. I'll work very hard to have as clean a copy as I can. So that way it all gets cleaned up really easily. I mean, even when I was in school, I was known for having very, very clean early drafts of my work, so I am sure if I am going through a lot of writing and rewriting for an actual book, it will be a very clean copy, so there won't be too much to actually edit. So is my hope. Not the split infinitive. No. Don't do this to me. Ugh. Why don't we not describe my nightmare scenario over and over? That'd be cool, I think. Anyways. Part of why I've been happy that I'm getting back into handwriting in my journal is my hope that I will eventually be able to start writing, like, stories in my journal again, too. I miss storytelling. But I don't know, my brain just hasn't been as inspired to tell stories these days, which bums me out a little bit. I hope I can get it back. I miss having that spark. Me scratching the flint in my brain against the stick, like, please light on fire. Please. Oni wants to write good. Her follow-up book. I am scared what you're about to write next. One fear. JK, many fears. This hurt me to write. Sorry. Yeah, I'm sure it did. Why do you think I didn't read it out loud? I wanted you to live with that choice. Wait, sorry, I can use an expression. I gotta use these more. The sheet I put up with, a 525-page paragraph mostly made up of Damadashi when I get you, and I can't even threaten you goons. It's sold 4 million copies. Crazy. Damadashi when I get you. Me when I get you. When I freaking get you. True. And then it's also got accompanying, like, images, like, that are badly drawn of me squishing a Damadachi in my fist. When I freaking get you. Me when I get you. True. And you're right, Gen Beta would probably love that. You're just like, aw, sweet. Absurdist stuff about when I get you. Me win, I win, me win you, and then win and the win. Yeah. I like it. I like the vibe. Let's see. Oh, before I forget, I should have mentioned this at the beginning of the stream, because that's usually when I mention stuff like this, but I forgot. Oops. What I wanted to say is, if you missed it, I was in a concert yesterday. I did a solo in the concert yesterday. That was yesterday, the concert. It has timestamps now, so if you specifically want to watch the VOD to see my performance, you can use the timestamps that are available. Here's the link. But yeah, I was in a concert. I sang Hoshifuru Umi from Cosmic Princess Kaguya. But you should watch the VOD. I also believe the donation link is still available. The donation link is to charity. She was raising $5,000. I believe it raised 4,200 something by the end of the stream. But it's still running for a little bit longer. So if you have the means and you'd like to contribute a little bit to the good cause, you should. But if not, that's okay too. Anyway, concert was pretty cool. Lots of really cool soloists, and then there was me. I'm a little bit shy. I feel like everybody was really excited for everybody else, but then when I was watching the chat when it was my turn, I feel like I saw some of you guys on the Twitch side, which was nice. But I was watching on the YouTube side, and the YouTube chat was very dead. And I wasn't really sure if people actually liked what I was doing or not. I felt a little insecure, but I did my best. I still feel like the work that I put in was good. I just don't know if anybody really liked it. I worked hard, so I am doing my best to feel okay with it. I'm so happy I got the chance. Every little bit will contribute to the building forward of the singer journey, I guess. I switched to Twitch because YouTube was dead and hard to read for me. Yeah, it was mostly just getting flooded with the messages coming from the Twitch side anyway. It looks like Ada is more active on Twitch, which is totally fine. I think that's where most of the other performers were primarily watching too. I just like the YouTube experience a bit more than the Twitch experience. For me personally, as a watcher of streams. Your Sound Matters 2 featuring 100 VTubers. I read this as they had 100 2-foot tall VTubers. No. Nope, she just ended up asking 100 people. There were 50... a little over 50 soloists. And then 5 group songs that each had 10 people. So it was 100 VTubers. But it was a cool concert. Timestamps are there if you want to watch any of the other performers too. There might be some other familiar faces you see in the list, but I think it was still nice to participate. And I've wanted to participate in a charity event type thing for a while now. as a VTuber, so I am happy to have done something. Anything. Where would you find that many above average height tubas? I'm sure you could find them if you looked hard enough. Not everybody is tiny, though there are very small VTubers on average, this is true. I am a very polite average. But yeah, check that out if you are able. I think we have permission to post our solos at a certain point. So I might post Hoshifuru Umi sometime. Because I think I did okay. I might post it sometime, but we'll see. At the same time, I get insecure. But no, I did see you guys in chat while my song was going, so that was nice. That made me feel a little better. So thank you for being there if you were able to make it last night. Like I said earlier in stream, I had a really bad headache yesterday, so it was honestly kind of hard for me to watch for too long. After my song finished, I tried to stay for a couple more, but my head was hurty real bad, so I had to dip and take medicine. My head was so ouchy, owie, ow. Yuno is perfect size, not baby size, but still short enough that all us dudes should be taller. True. I do think most of you are taller. I remember a few people saying that we were around the same height. I don't remember too many people saying that they were shorter than me. For the most part, people are either my height or taller. Dip, chips, shut up, stomach. No, no, no. Your tummy will be fine. May you eat something yummy tomorrow to make up for the facts that you can't eat right now. But I don't know, I think, like, even if... trying to avoid comparing myself too much, I think that the work that I did was pretty good for having done it all by myself. Normally, I would have tried to get help and, like, outsource as much as I could, which I technically could have done. But I decided to try and produce the cover myself as best as I could. And it was a little hard, because I'm not very good at this kind of thing. But I did it. And even if I feel like the work is kind of subpar compared to the high quality everybody else brought to their performances, I'm still pretty proud for, like, my first attempt at something like this. Doing it by myself, I mean. Because, like, other times I've been in concerts, other people have, like, handled the production of, like, the mixing or, like, setting up the videos for us and all of that stuff. So, this is my first time doing it, like, completely me. So, part of me is at least proud that I did it by myself. Although I can easily see this being one of those things where I listen back to it and I'm like, burn it, and I can't go back and watch it anymore. Surprisingly, I'm not like that with a lot of my covers. Maybe with visuals. Like, sometimes I can listen to them, but I can't look back at old visuals, but... most of my covers, I don't really have that same, like, urge to look away and explode from cringe. So maybe I'm getting better at acknowledging my growth and, like, seeing how I've improved and stuff. Would be nice if that's the case. Me looking at baby pictures of me, obviously I got better. Me looking at the baby picture of me covered in spaghetti. Honestly, things aren't that different. I've seen Full On and Taite have the same reaction when looking back at their content. I mean, yeah. I think it's kind of hard to not cringe at your past stuff. I have a VOD to watch, been out of town this weekend. Yippee! Yeah, you should check it out. It was a fun concert. I'm only in one song, so if you don't want to watch the whole concert, you don't gotta. But you know, there are other streams too that I did over the weekend. If you want to watch more, you know. You were very good, thank you. I really did try my best. I was pretty proud of what I submitted. And again, having done it all by myself, I'm giving myself a bit of grace to be like, for something that I did by myself, I'm pretty proud of it. And I do still feel motivated to like keep trying at that kind of thing and see if I can do even better, so I'll work hard. Somebody masu, etc., etc. But yeah, that happened yesterday. I also played a Zip Up on Saturday, and Ariana and the Elder Codex yesterday. I played a little bit more of Ariana after stream. Which was fun. It's a fun game. I'm honestly thinking about playing more once I end this stream. I'm almost, I think I'm at 90% clear in the Earth Codex, so thumbs up. I'm having a fun time with it. I like it. I heard a rumor that you streamed another Otome, but Juno suppressed all knowledge and memories. No! Unlock the memories! She was so cute! But yes, Zip Up was the Otome game that I played. She played the very lovely Mirage, who I was in charge of romancing for this particular showcase. That was the first time that people have ever seen Mirage be voiced, and also seen any of her available, like, date content stuff. People haven't seen any of her until now.
It seems fate led you here. What a meaningful connection.
Kiramek? Primek? Thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. But yeah, that's the first time people got to see that kind of content from Mirage, so I am honored that Nochi Studios selected me to showcase it. I'm always really happy to be able to work with Otome developers like that. They make really good Otome. They're also, like, constantly releasing new stuff. Like, it's crazy how much they're working on over there. Not to mention all of the acclaim that Love Bite is getting. I really hope that Love Bite continues to pop off as much as it is for them. I think it's arguably their most popular now. Like, they have other Otome that they are releasing, but I think that people are just so hyped for Love Bite. As they should be. It's cool. Yeah, exclusive. Oh no, my job is women. Oh no, that clock in on Mondays weighs so women. Yeah. But no, Mirage is really cute. I've been messaging back and forth with some of the Nochi Studios staff as well. Both before and after the stream, and I was like, thank you for letting me see her, she's so cute. And Juno's voice is so cute. Maybe she's a little shy because sometimes when you're voice acting, especially if you're newer to voice acting, sometimes you can feel like it's a little bit embarrassing or like cringe to listen to your lines back, but I honestly don't have that problem when I listen to my voice acting. I was literally just talking about the tendency to cringe with my singing. I'm more likely to cringe with my singing than my voice acting. I could listen to voice acting that I did like 4 or 5 years ago and I'd still just be like, that was pretty good, honestly. I think the only thing that would make me cringe would be my mic quality. But I honestly think that my acting and the way that I sound as characters is not that cringe. I guess it's a benefit of having been doing this for a very long time. Even just on like a hobby level. I don't really get that kind of cringe when I voice act anymore. I just think it's fun. I can't comment that the things that I say as characters are objectively terrible, but I don't know, I think I'm pretty good. Not to toot my own horn, but I still think that my voice acting is pretty good. That was the time I was using an Xbox mic. Have I ever told you guys about how one of the first mics I used when I got into voice acting was a Rock Band microphone? Like the USB mic that you plug into a game console in order to play the video game Rock Band. So I was literally holding the Rock Band mic in my hand while I was recording voice acting stuff. That was one of my first mics. You do what you gotta do. When you are a very young teenager and you don't really have any other options, you take the cheapo ones. Yeah, that was one of my very first microphones. You made do? I did! And the quality wall wasn't that high. So, could kind of get away with having the less good one for a while. The beautiful webcam mic? I don't think I ever used a webcam mic. I did have a microphone that kind of plugged in as if it was a webcam, like it plugged in at the top of my laptop. Or, well, it clipped on top of my laptop and then plugged into a USB. But it in itself was not a webcam. And I recorded on that for a while, too. I can't remember the full cycle of microphones that I've had. But I know it was, like, really bad desktop mic, Rock Band mic, clip-on microphone that clipped to the top of the laptop screen. And there's like a dark age where I had like I think I had a different kind of mic, but I just can't remember what brand it was. I might still have it in my closet somewhere, honestly. When I decided to focus more on singing, that was around when I got a Blue Snowball, which is a notoriously pretty bad mic for recording, but it's like cheap and it can do its job as long as you record properly with it. And I used the Snowball for a very long time. I changed microphones. I think I gave my Snowball to a friend who wanted to get into streaming because I got a different microphone that I thought would be better for streaming. I don't remember which mic it was first. I think it was a specific kind of Rode mic. And then I got a different Rode mic because someone told me that it might be better for my voice. So then I tried that new Rode mic, and then someone else said that the Rode mic that I had was not good for my vocal tone, so they suggested another one. And then that is the current mic that I have. So I think since I started streaming, I've gone through 3 microphones. Now I have this one, which is apparently a very good one, so I'm probably gonna rock with it until it breaks. May it never break. Did you have a Blue Yeti? No, I actually skipped the Blue Yeti. I had the Snowball. No, I never used a Shure. I heard mostly bad things about the Shure from a lot of friends that are in audio production spaces, so I never fell for the Shure SM7B propaganda. I've only ever had Rode mics. Before I switched to this one, which is a United... It's a United, I think, Universal Twin. NT5. I don't know if it's an NT5. The one I'm seeing is M6. Is the box I see underneath me. The mic I had before the UT was a Rode NT1A microphone. I believe. And then this is a United Twin 85, I believe, is the number. I don't recall now. I don't know anymore, I forget. Your voice is so much prettier when you sing now, so it's obvious your current mic is amazing for you. Shucks. Gosh, thanks. Wow, gosh, thanks. Thank you, Hitomi. But no, I do agree that this microphone suits my vocal tone better. The other microphone that I got, I was hoping it would highlight the highs in my voice more, because I thought I wanted to sound cuter. And now the mic that I have focuses a little bit more on like my middle and lower tones, which I just think makes my voice come across overall better. I feel like many of us became kind of mic experts due to a certain angel. I mean, yeah, Nana definitely knows what she's talking about, especially because she has the really expensive ASMR setup. But I feel like knowledge of ASMR microphones is a bit different from knowledge of microphones for other types of recording. But she does have a lot of knowledge. She's very smart. You kind of have to when you're in audio-related fields. You gotta have some form of brain. This is the Yuno stream voice confirmed. Well, I've said this before. It's basically my normal speaking voice, just with a little bit more, like, pep in it. Because if I spoke at my complete, like, normal tone, it would be way too flat for a stream. It would allow me to stream for longer, probably, but it would not be very high energy. I have to, like, put a little bit of pep in my step when I'm streaming, because otherwise you guys would be bored as frick. Because ordinarily I'm a very flat and chill person. Well, maybe not flat. Flat might be a bit of an exaggeration on my part, because I tend to talk very negatively about myself. But it's more like, just very low-key. Like, I know that my streams are already pretty low-key, but if I was at, like, my full, like, mellow vibe, I think everybody would be asleep. And that could be either a good thing or a bad thing, depending on your point of view. Were a lot of Miori's adjustments changes to settings and positioning? I'm assuming you didn't change any hardware. Yeah, no hardware. She told me that my microphone and my interface were both really good, so there was absolutely no reason to change them. So when she came in to help adjust my setup, it was to change the position of the mic. I'm technically still not sitting in the right position. I'm sorry, Miori. But I don't keep the microphone as close to my face as I should, because of how I sit at my desk. And because it would end up getting in the way of my face tracking due to the position of everything in my room. So the mic still isn't as close to my face as it should be, but I do change that when I'm actually recording for content. When I'm recording for content, I will put the microphone right where it needs to be in front of my face, and do what I gotta do vocally in that regard. So if I sound better in my recordings, that's why. And then for the actual settings, it was all like additional programs and filters that I installed. Some of them run through OBS and some of them run on external programs. But yeah, it's just a matter of using like different filters and plugins through OBS to make my mic sound better, fuller. Yeah. But yeah, no changes to hardware. You know, always sounding like quality. Well, I mean, I would sound better if I had my microphone closer to my face more often. But I think my position is still good. And it's not too hard to, like, adjust it if it ends up, like, really sounding icky. I'll, like, listen back to VODs, and since I kind of know where I was sitting, if I realize it sounds bad, I'll kind of try to readjust where my mic is so that it's a bit better. And then, like I said, if I'm actually recording something for, like, content, I will adjust where the microphone is. You traded Wiggles for slightly less audio quality. Exactly. Exactly, man. Would you rather see this? Or would you rather see this? Because this is what I would have to do if I wanted to keep my microphone where it's supposed to be. I'd be a lot more still. I mean, I guess if I just stick to moving my head only, it would probably be okay. But I have to, like, hold the microphone up a little bit more in order for it to be this close. Which means that my overall tracking is, like, not very animated. It's not where it could be. So I think that choosing to wiggle is better. Being able to wiggle more freely is better. I love this. You like it closer? I mean, like I said, that's technically where it's supposed to be. But my mic stand is a little bit funky when it comes to actually, like, staying in position. As in, it doesn't really like to. So I have a hard time sometimes. Or I have to do this thing where I, like, brace it against the armrest of my chair so that it's in the right position. I can't figure out what exactly it wants me to do in order to, like, stay more still. It moves around a lot. I don't know, man. Anyway. But no, all of that is to say, I do think that my current audio setup is pretty good. I feel pretty happy with this interface and this microphone. So until this microphone's dying breath, I plan to use it. I don't know what I'll switch to if there's ever a situation where I have to get a new mic. I guess I'll have to get a device for my audio friends again. I'm not getting a Q100. You're funny. I guess if you're looking for, like, golden quality recording standard, it would probably be something related to the Newman. But I hear that the Newman is a very expensive microphone. So I don't know if I could justify that investment. I don't know about all that. On the bright side, though, because of having an interface, I can now actually get, different kinds of microphones. I used to have to rely on USB microphones for a while because I didn't have an interface. But now that I have an interface, it's a lot easier to, like, get different options for microphone. Sorry to ramble about audio. Honestly, I am not that, well-versed in audio, so I really don't have a leg to stand on. Get the left ear only model, the Q50. No. You know Hanaki's not doing ASMR. You know Hanaki likes voice acting and making voice packs and audio dramas and plays, but doesn't really care to make ASMR. No thanks. The most you will get is a pseudo ASMR with me getting really close to the mic and whispering. I don't think I would ever actually do ASMR. That a threat? Not really. It's just something that might occur someday. Oversaturated anyway. Also very likely to send you to YouTube jail, apparently. Considering even, like, basic breathing can get you flagged. ASMR of Yuno trying to do ASMR, but you hear her bonk her head on the mic instead. Not the loud tonk. Ouch. YouTube is a total gamble for ASMR. Yeah. I mean, I feel like Twitch probably isn't going to fare much better much longer. I prefer Yuno to yell in the mic. Good luck with that. It is very rare that I yell. Even when I was working on the audio settings with Miori, she asked me to yell as part of it, and I was like, I don't know if I can yell at you. And she was like, it's fine, yell at me. Get really mad about something. Tell me I suck. And I was like, Miori. But I ended up just picking something random to, like, yell about. And she was like, is that as loud as you think you're gonna get on stream? And I was like, I think so. She was like, are you sure? And I was like, I think so. And then I, like, tried again, but I wasn't that much louder. So we picked a setting that suited that. Because I don't really yell. A lot of people are making separate channels for it entirely or moving to other platforms to host the content after stream. Yeah, I've noticed that. Yeah. No one wants the main channel bonk. Just think about Love Stage next time you need to yell. Oh, God. No, that wasn't Nettle who mentioned it. It was Beep Beep. But yeah, I'd cry. I really should have just thought about how much I hate amnesia plots. But, like, it's so hard in the moment to think about something that you can yell over that, like, I didn't know what to do when she asked me. So I was just like, So I just tried to come up with something random I could be yelling about. I had a really hard time. But like I said, I also just don't usually yell. I'm not really a yelly gal. Even when I get, like, heated about something, I just slightly raise my voice. I don't really yell that much. So my settings aren't that, like, intense because I don't really yell. Even when I'm passionate, I don't really yell. I'm quieter. This Redditor said Limbo is mid. I mean, that would probably get me feeling passionate and heated, but I don't think I still don't think I'd full on yell. It's all well and good until you need to tell us to shut up. I mean, I literally was thinking of it like I was trying to tell you guys to shut up. Which is why it wasn't the loudest thing ever, I guess. Shut up. Yeah, literally. Even in Fantasyland, Yuno still can't get us. It's because I don't actually see myself getting, like, that angry. There's only been, like, maybe 2 or 3 times where I've gotten, like, super angry at you guys and, like, wanted to yell at you. I think even when I get mad, I tend to just get quiet. I'm not really a, like, yelling, angry type. When I'm genuinely mad, I'm just quiet. The only time you ever actually get mad is, you know, streamer, why didn't you go over and do that? You missed like 5 skits. Miss D's. You're pretty good at just telling us what's up and ending stream without any drama. I mean, some could argue that's still a little bit of drama because I'm letting it affect me to where I end stream, but, you know. I am not one to try and force something to keep going if I really feel like the mood has been killed. If the vibes are ruined, I don't really like to try and force my way through it. Insert all the backseating. Not just backseating, but being mean about it. I can handle the comments, I guess. But if you're going to be, like, rude about it or disrespectful about it, that's where I'm like, okay, shut the fuck up, guy. Sorry, Hitomi's giving me some updates about our Tomodachi Island. That's why I'm typing. That joke was mid. Please consult a funny person and do better. Okay, I'm gonna have to end stream to do that, because I can't really get help from any of you now, can I? The vibe must remain immaculate, or at least passable, to where I'm willing to keep up. I don't mind if the vibes get a little bit... because usually I can try to straighten them out. You literally have Hito on the line right now. Yeah. Kitten got claws? How dare you call me kitten? Hello? Hello? Police? In what world? I know you put parentheses wretch afterwards, but I'm just like, whoa. It happened. I got an ick. Whoa. Wogue. I assume a cat girl world. Fair enough. I guess? I'm not really... I don't have the cat ears on right now, though. This isn't Kemono tea time. Is Princess more your style? Not the Koneko-chan! Yamete. I do have a bit of a soft spot for characters in games who say things like Koneko-chan or Ojo-chan or whatever. But it doesn't mean you can turn around and do it like this. Kitten is gonna send us all to perish. Kitten, you didn't sign into Discord today, Kitten. Daddy's very upset right now, Princess. You didn't check in for our nightly Discord call. Ooh. Both Daddy and Kitten talking Uwu speech is hilarious. It is pretty funny. I'm dying, heal. I just have the Walter White screaming in a car meme in my head when I see some of the others stream Kimono Tea Time. No, for real. I saw Charlotte start to stream it and I got really excited, and then I saw Nene start to stream it and I started to get excited, and then I was like, oh man, I wonder how they're gonna feel when the heartbreak comes in. They don't know. Me and the Dominachi watching the other fandoms have to go through Kimono Tea Time. Guys, no, you don't understand. It's not just a cozy ASMR stream. Guys, no, it's not just ASMR.
Guys!
Rio! Looks like we'll need more drinks. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. I hope you had a good stream. Let me give you a shout out real quick.
It seems fate led you here. What a meaningful connection.
I do it right? Yeah. I did it. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Welcome. Oh yay, follower goal met too. Moira B, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. So for those of you who might not know me, hi! I am Yuno Hanaki. I am the one and only Oiran of indie V-singer group Mialoon. I'm a variety streamer, kind of. Nowadays, I mostly do a lot of Zatsu and chatting, and I play very story-heavy games and visual novels and role-playing games and dating sims and all of that kind of stuff. I also like to voice act, I also like to sing, I also like to write, and yeah, and I'm purple. No, I said I'm a writer this time. I didn't fumble the bag. I said it. Okay, I said it. I did it. I said it. I did it. Don't embarrass me. Don't embarrass me in front of new people. Purple is best color. I mean, not to brag or anything, but yeah, it is a pretty good color, huh? She remembered writing few. Leave me alone. Please ignore the Dominachi. They bully me. Please ignore them. They bully me. They're trying to embarrass me in front of new people. But they're nice, I promise. But you can also ignore them. It's fine. But yeah, I'm very purple. I'm very purple. I do purple a lot. I used to be green, but now I'm purple. So that's fun. But yeah, Kimono Tea Time. I got really excited seeing them want to play, so I'm I'm worried about them seeing the sad stuff, but I hope they enjoy it. I hope the other fandoms, the other fan bases like it. Because I thought it was a really enjoyable game. I feel like I was ahead of the curve seeing other people start to only play it now. She's purple and green. She's literally Donatello. I don't have any green on my person, besides my tattoo. I'm literally Orpal all the way up and down otherwise. You know, as a trendsetter, I am. But I guess that also means... I'm going to joke about this. I don't know if they're actually playing because of me or not, but I guess it just means I'm an influencer, because I influence people to play the game. I mean, I did tweet a bunch about how much I wanted people to play it, so I feel like it's only fair that I say that. And it's true, I really wanted people to play Kimono Tea Time, so I'm glad that they are. And I hope that they continue to like it. It's a good game. She likes long walks, nowhere, ultimate with deep plots, and us rarely. True. You guys, more often than you would think. Wife mentioned, yeah. I guess for the new people who don't know what I'm talking about, wife check. So we refer to the thigh tattoo on my model as wife. Because she is wife. I have a tattoo of bellflower. Oh, the microphone's kind of in the way. Let me move a bit. I have a thigh tattoo. I have a thigh tattoo of beautiful bellflowers. It goes all the way up my thigh. And every time we talk about her, my chat refers to her as their wife, because I am not wife material, but my tattoo is. You know how it be. And so every time they see her, they get excited and are actually nice, but they're only nice to her. Kind of messed up, but it be how it do sometimes. I love the flower, thank you. It is a bellflower, or specifically a balloon flower, which is like I believe a Chinese bellflower. I think. But yeah, they really like whenever I remind them that she exists. They enjoy her presence very much. I definitely saw someone, forget who, mention you specifically. Me? That's exciting. I can't believe I did actually influence somebody. Whoa. I love bellflowers of all types. Yippee! Then you will love me. I have the magic of the bellflowers in Onigashima's garden. It allows me to be a very enchanting and charming Oni Oiran. Which is like a courtesan. The tattoo has not burned water even once. Yeah, because the tattoo cannot cook. Wife has never forgotten my birthday or the correct number of chicken nuggets. All. Wife always makes the entire bag of chicken nuggets for you. She's always looking out for you. You seem quite lovely and fun to me. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. You guys seem nice as well. I hope you had a fun stream. I don't know what you were getting up to, but I hope you had fun with it. We are just chatting. OniMon, or Onigashima Monday, is a weekly stream where I just kind of chat about whatever for a few hours. My other streams, I'm usually doing something else, like more specific, but these are usually just like free talk, chill times to start out the week. So that's what we do on Mondays. I try to be super consistent in having it be every Monday. There will be some times where it doesn't happen, but I do my best. A say-so courtesan? Well, say-so in some respects. Maybe not every respect. We can't call her nice, ruins years of the bit.
What the heck? Why can't you be nice to me just once?
Stick around long enough and you might see an Oni-sun. True, Oni-sun is like the shiny variant of Onimon, where it occasionally happens on a Sunday and then I glow bright yellow like the sun. But it's very, very rare. There have only ever been like 3. Hey, it's Sunday. It's literally not. You sent that message right at midnight going into Tuesday in Onigashima, so it's literally not even close to Sunday anymore. And she becomes a deadly laser. True. And Oni Tuesday is when we manage to keep her here long enough that it turns into Tuesday. Happens more often than you would think. It's because I love yapping, though. We did it, gang. We did it, Joe. See you 7 days from now. You better stream. Yeah, bro, of course. I will be streaming. Are you talking to multiple chats? Yes, I have Twitch chat open, and I also have YouTube chat. YouTube is kind of my primary platform because it's where I started. I was previously a corporate VTuber, and I was only on YouTube. But after the company dissolved in fall of 2024, we retained our IPs, and I decided to eventually... It took a little bit before I did it, but I eventually decided to start streaming on Twitch as well. So I have 2 chats. Twitch are the ones that are in my chat box, and then YouTube are the ones in the scrolling chat above me. So YouTube is up there, and then Twitch is over there. The company went kaboom. Yeah, it went kaboom, went kablamo. Now we're here. She's not gonna? What do you mean? I'm gonna stream. I'd be streaming. I'm only taking 1 day off this week. Why am we over there? You're over there. What do you mean? You're over there. 2024 feels crazy fast since that happened. I know. Now that we're in summer, like, we're really close to the 2-year mark when you think about it. We understand you, but please speak normally. I am! You can actually be on both boxes at the same time. Yeah, you can multi-chat drift if you're brave. And you have the whimsy. But also no pressure. But yeah, I hang out on both sites. Sometimes I do streams on just one or the other. My membership streams are YouTube only. And I occasionally will do streams just for Twitch as well. Tokyo Drift. Yeah, man. Whatever I type in Twitch chat would be nightbotted. Why do you plan to type bad things that would make you get nightbotted? Why can't you be nice? Also, even if you get auto-modded, I can just tell it to allow the message. I'm trying. Crazy. Join the Patreon today for member streams where you play games and have fun. Yippee, yippee. This is true. No members this week, but I'm thinking next week we'll probably do a members game session. I wanted to do a members game session last week, but I got sick. Guys, I literally had like the worst, the worst bout of like lethargy plus like bad tummy problems plus like just BS last week. And that's why I didn't really stream that much. I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened, bro. I died. I died for real. I don't think I had very high energy on the... Did I stream on Sunday? I think I did. But I don't think I had very high energy then. But it got worse by the time Monday rolled around. And that's why I didn't really stream much last week. But I feel bad because I did have a schedule. But then I was like, bro, I don't think I can do it. I think I'm sick. And then I had to rest. But luckily, I'm better now. Yay. Will it be golf? Do you want the game to be golf? I didn't have a game in mind when I was trying to set up for members game. I was just like, let's game. But I didn't really have something I picked. I didn't have a specific one. I don't mind it being golf. We haven't golfed in a while. You spent all your energy on the concert prep? Maybe a little bit. I did a pretty good job getting it submitted in time, though. I'm usually quite on time when it comes to submitting stuff for projects. Old golf that makes you hate your friends, or the new one that does that? Are you talking about, which game are you talking about? Super Battle Golf? Is that what it's called? Guys, I think if we played that one, we might actually kill each other. I'll be so for real. I think if we switch to playing that one, we might actually kill each other. You can actually, like, hit each other in that. Multiple times, multiple ways. Are you sure? That's the new one, yes. I mean, do y'all have it? I honestly don't even know if I have it. I'd have to check. Dama on Dama violence. No, literally. I have it. Oh god. It would be worth it. Oh god. It looks like we're it looks like next week we're gonna play Super Battle Golf. I mean, I'm down if you guys really want it. I'm going to have to check if I have the game, and I'm gonna have to see if I can afford the game. I'll have to pick it up. Super Battle Golf looks hilarious. No, it does. I've watched other people play it. It's pretty crazy. But I feel like I'm gonna die. Are you ready to be grieved? Why do members hate me? Guys. Next week, then. I'll make sure it's on the schedule. We'll do Super Battle Golf. A new form of Jolf torture for Yuno Hanaki. Oh gosh. Noted. That'll probably be next Friday then. If that's good with y'all. You made time, you can always take others with you. You're so right. You're so right. I really should just keep that mentality.
Cute. Do better.
Nathan, thank you for the $30 tip. Who's up battling they golf? Is this so that I can get the game? Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Yippee.
Okay. Yeah, I'll make sure to get the game then, and then we can do it next week. Catbugs is fucking nothing right now. It's okay. Any little bit helps. Don't even worry about it. I don't know how much it actually is. Let me check Steam. I have to minimize all my windows real quick. Steam. Let me check. Super Battle. Oh, yeah, no, that's fine. That's like plenty then. I looked it up, but it's only 7 dull hairs. Yeah, that's fine. Also, once again, thank you, Hitomi. It's already in her library. I guess I could use this to get the DLC. If we need the DLC for, like, ice maps. More burger for you. Yippee! Hitomi. Listen, Hitomi is pretty on top of a lot of game releases, and she plays games with her friends that game more often than me. So a lot of times they'll like be playing games before I even think about needing them. I'm pretty sure that happened with like Lethal Company and Repo as well. They just already have the games on hand, so I'm like, oh, nice. Can she reveal her library count? I don't know if she has a solid count. It's honestly not as high as I've heard some other people's library counts be. But I can, like, check for you, because I think I can sort between my games and hers. In our shared library. I believe I can, anyway. So in terms of games I have in this library, like games that are specifically mine, I have 200. And Hitomi has 797. And these are just the ones that can be shared to me, I think. I think they're technically, like, they can't show me the ones that don't actually share through the Steam family. But I see 797. 3 games away from 800. Let's go. I I got 1,610 so far. Jesus Christ. Humble bundles. You're valid if so. I think that's how Hitomi got a lot of her games too. That's got me beat at 737. Fair. Humble bundles is how I got a bunch too, yeah. I remember she told me that that was the main reason she was getting them a lot. She used to get them pretty often. If you ask how many I've played, it takes much less syllables. Yeah. She's mentioned that that was her problem too, that she would like get the Humble bundle to get a bunch of games at a good steal of price, but then she like wouldn't actually play them. So she just has a lot that are just kind of hanging out that she hasn't actually played. I only have 460. Yeah, I've heard some other like really impressive numbers, but to me, who doesn't have that many games, I'm just like, I think it's crazy. So I'm like, all right, man. Whatever you say, bro. I think it's a lot just by nature of the fact that I don't really have that many games. Like, I've been streaming for coming up on 3 years now, and I only have 200 games to my name, like in my copy of the library. I don't really get a bunch of games on sale. Usually when I purchase games, it's because I know I'm going to stream them, or like I know that I'm going to make some kind of content out of them. Or like for collabs or something. I don't really hoard games. I'm very picky with what I get in terms of gaming. Would you ever play 100 Line? I've heard good things about 100 Line. I've been kind of curious about it. I think I wanted to pick it up initially, but I didn't. How much is 100 Line even? Once again, I have to mess around with my windows so I can check Steam. I should have just left Steam open. I'm goofy. I started it, but worked picked up right then. That's fair. I've heard bad things about it, as in, whoa, that's disturbing, but also as in, yabai. Whoa. Good to know. Let me see. Steam, come over here, thank you. I've had this account for like 15 years, that naturally builds up over time. Unlike physical releases, I'm not trading in or anything, so it just builds. Yeah. Hitomi has had her Steam for a while. I didn't get Steam until I started streaming. Okay. 100 Line is not in the shared library. It's on the wish list, but it is not in the shared library, which is totally fine. It is a more expensive game. Probably have to wait until it's on sale again. Looks like its last sale was in April. But I have it on the wish list now, so I'll start getting pinged when it's on sale. Snatch it up. I have so many games on my wish list, though. Holy. And it's only going to get worse this week because we're going to get new game reveals and stuff. Speaking of, are you guys excited for gaming? Gaming announcements? Gaming events? Are you excited? I'm not doing a Yuno-thon right now, so we'll be able to be more chill about it. We usually were just using it to fill time during the very long Yuno-thons. So, it'll be nice to just be low-key. I I'm excited for gaming announcement streams with Yuno Hanaki. Yippee! I like getting excited with you guys about stuff. Whether it be me getting excited about something and you guys being like, that's nice, Yuno. Or you guys getting excited about something and I'm like, that's nice, Tamarachi. I'm excited, but I wish I was retired to handle my backlog of wish list. I'll be able to get to my list of games when I'm retired. Or maybe heaven will just be a chance to play through your entire backlog. My ass is begging for platformers, please, man. Honestly, I'd love a new platformer to play too. I think that would be quite nice. I love a platformer. I'm always hoping for new good-looking RPGs or hack and slashes that I'll play in like 4 years. New good-looking RPGs would be nice. I love a JRPG. That would be nice too. I hope we get something fun like a new High Guard tier disaster for stream fun. Man, High Guard, that was crazy. I mean, it's Summer Games Fest, so I feel like it's mostly just going to be announcements of like maybe release dates for end of year. I don't think there's going to be anything like super crazy. Fucking reuse platformer mechanics, just make everything smooth. Cutscenes, this is the fucking modern part in between everything, yeah. I get you, I get you. But yeah, we confirmed that we'll watch State of Play as part of tomorrow's work stream. Like, I'll work for the first couple of hours and I'll watch State of Play after.
Cute. Do better.
Daniel Smith, thank you for the $2 tip. I can cover 3.33 lines. Let's go. That's 3 endings. I think that's how it works. I don't really know how the game works. That's not bad. Let's go. Thank you, thank you. Well, yeah, we've got State of Play. Wednesday, I'm not going to be streaming. I don't think there's any big streams happening Wednesday anyway. Thursday is nothing that big either. Wednesday and Thursday are kind of dead days when I was looking at the schedule. So I'll be doing my tarot reading instead. Paid tarot readings. And then Friday and Saturday are the most eventful, which makes sense because it's Friday and Saturday. But we have Summer Games Fest itself, and then I think Day of the Devs is right after. And there's probably going to be some announcements at Day of the Devs too. And then Saturday we have Wholesome Direct, which I am an official co-streamer for again this year. Yippee! And then I also want to watch the Story Rich Showcase. I want to watch that. Because you know me, I love a good story game. So there's probably going to be a lot of indie games with like deep stories showcased in that one, which will be fun for me. You're co-streaming too? Cool! I hope you have fun watching it together then. It's a good time. Why not watch the stream on the job? I would do that. I will do that. I mean, I guess I could technically still write while the stream is playing. It's just that that would be kind of difficult to balance with my tabs. In order to have it up for you guys to see, and then also so that I can write. My tabs would look kind of messy. Kind of messy. Set the noti so hopefully mobile pops off. Woohoo! But yeah, State of Play tomorrow is at 5, I think. I don't know how long it'll be. We'll see. I'm not as into the stuff that's announced at State of Play because I mostly keep an eye out for things that are PC. I don't own a PlayStation. The only PlayStation I own is a PS2. So, I'm not as excited about State of Play stuff. I'm like half interested in Xbox, the Xbox showcase, because a lot of times the Xbox stuff will also be on PC. But like, not always. I'm off tomorrow, but I got business. I hope I can be there. I hope so too. No pressure though. Gotta take care of your business. Plus, we'll have the entire week to watch the other showcases too. Maybe they'll release a new PS2 game. Is that how it works? Is that how it works? I don't know about that. You jest, but I was watching a stream of a new N64 game recently and it looked amazing. What do you mean, new N64 game? Is it like something that's going to get ported to the emulator on the Switch too? What do you mean? There's some business for my business. Oh, so you're being asked to do work on a day that is not work. An indie game made for N64. Huh? Fascinating. I didn't know that existed. People still make games for older systems for which people are still making stuff for Dreamcast as of now to even porting things to the Dreamcast. Oh. Fascinating. I didn't know this was a thing. I mean, fair enough, I guess. Just an alpha release, so not much game yet, but it looked so good, a marvel of coding. That's fun. People still making ports for the Vita. I wish the Vita didn't go obsolete. Such an underrated handheld. My Pookie. I mean, it's not that I really think it's weird. I've just never heard of it before, so I was kind of shocked. You know, SM64, you may not know it has many mods more than you have fingers. I feel like I can believe that. The Vita was too far ahead of its time. I loved the Vita. I'm still so sad I lost mine. I'll be forever emo about that. Let's make a memory card that only works for the Vita. Friggin' dies. How is it not causing the Switch to die? Switch has its own special memory cartridge thingy. Nintendo staying power. Saw someone ported Steins Gate into like the Dreamcast or something. Huh. Weird how the conversation came back to Steins Gate hours later. Fascinating though. Speaking of Nintendo, there's like rumors there's going to be a Direct, but it's not going to be this week, probably. Most people are saying that odds are the Direct would be middle of June, so like way later. I hope it's not another partner showcase. It'd be nice to get an actual Nintendo Direct. That would be pretty chill. Something something time circle, something something Steins Gate. Sure.
I don't know what you're talking about, but I hope you're having a good time regardless.
Good evening! Hanaki, welcome in. Do you expect us, the leakers, to leak something like that? Yeah. If you happen to have the information, I'd love to know. This one day a while back, I found this PS Vita laying around. I tried to find the owner, but couldn't, so I just took it.
You stole it!
Damn. Well, I guess if they never claimed it, it's fine, but... The Vita. Man. I miss the Vita. I was talking about your PS Vita. You would have had to sneak into my college dorm to find it, because I'm pretty sure that's where I lost it. But I honestly don't know. I don't know where it went. I either lost it in the dorm somewhere, or I lost it at my work. Back when I was in college. Because I never took it out during my classes. The only times I would take it out would be at work and when I was at home in the dorm. I would not be surprised if I left it on a work desk and then somebody stole it. But I looked like as soon as I realized it was missing and I couldn't find it and I was so sad. Playing games at work, tisk tisk. Look, I would take them out at my desk when I was on break. I didn't get a lot of students when I was working my tutoring job. Tutoring a foreign language at a school where most people are taking art-related classes. I didn't really get a lot of students. Learning foreign languages was considered an elective at this school. I regret not getting a PS TV as a supplement to the Vita. Do you want mine? I literally never used it. I got it because I thought that it would allow me to stream content from my Vita, but my TV was too old, so the PS TV couldn't hook up to it. I've like literally never used it, so it's kind of just wasting away in my room. RIP Vita, you should try to get another one before they get too expensive. Ugh, I don't have money for luxury. It's okay. The only thing that I'm really sad about with losing the Vita is that it had my Idler 7 Vita game in it. I would have to repurchase the i7 game. I think I have all of my other Vita games in my pouch. Give it to me, okay. PS TV has a bunch of compatibility problems too, because they had to enable it for the game, I hear. You can mod it, but if you don't want to mod, then the thing is a bit of a dud. Fair. It's not usable with your PC monitor? Oh, it's probably usable with my PC monitor, but at the time that I got it, I was not using a PC. I was wanting it to hook up to my bad TV, like my really old TV in my room. Because Onimama didn't really care for me gaming in the living room much, so I didn't really have anything else to connect it to. I guess I could have tried to connect it to my laptop, if it could even connect that way, but yeah. At the time, I didn't have a desktop monitor, so, because I didn't have a desktop. So it ended up not really being very useful to me. I've seen it around for resale. Apparently a bunch of people bought it exclusively as the P4 Golden machine. I mean, that makes sense, especially if you want to have the experience of playing it like it's a console game, instead of having to play via handheld. Makes sense to me. I wanted to use it as a Project Diva machine. I wanted to be able to play Project Diva on big TV and smack button on controller. But then it wasn't compatible with anything I had, so I was like, well, I guess it will just sit here. Stream it then? Well, now I can just stream Project Diva on Steam. A regular Vita is not that expensive at all. Put in Throne, please. What? Maybe. Maybe, I guess. You should then, unless you're afraid. Are you saying you should to me streaming Project Diva? Or you should, as in, put the Vita on Throne? Because I have streamed Project Diva before, but only on Twitch, because it would get bonked to hell on YouTube. YouTube would obliterate me, and then obliterate my ashes. I really didn't get a lot of use out of my Vita before I lost it. I was very sad. I I'd love to play P4 Dancing again. When are they gonna port the dancing games to Steam? Anyone? Anyone gonna listen to my pleas? Atlas? Atlas is like Lamau. Sending Yuno a PS feta and it crumbles before it gets to her. No! A feta! I'm fed up with this. Is there a decent Vita emulator for PC? I mean, I remember a PSP emulator that I used to play some of the PSP exclusive IMAS games. But I don't know about a Vita one. Maybe. I got that. I'm glad you got that. Thanks. +2? Adachi did not escape from prison to dance. That is no longer canon. You will forget. No. Elephants can't forget. I remember. Vita 3K is decent. Naruhodo ne. I'll keep that in mind. I don't really like using emulators though. My PC can handle it usually, but it's not my favorite experience. Sometimes the lag ends up being really doo-doo. And I've never tried to stream. Well, the last time I tried to stream while playing on a totally legal copy of a game was when I played the randomizer Nuzlocke for my endurance. That's the last time I tried to use a emulator on stream, which was not terrible. It wasn't a very good emulator though. But I never tried to stream on like a more powerful game via an emulator. I feel like the ideal way to emulate the Vita is on mobile. Handheld, must hold in hand. Yeah, no, I get you. But there are some games that I feel like would be more fun to play with a proper controller. Like, I could definitely see if I was going to revisit P4 Golden, if P4 Golden wasn't already on Steam. I could totally see wanting to use a controller for that. And such. Black and white teammate straight up blue screen you at this point. Stop making fun of me! My computer's fine! Namco is dragging their damned feet, so it's time to emulate TOA. I mean, I think it's probably not going to be too much longer until we finally get TOA. I almost forgot what today was while typing that. Today being Tuesday? What is special about today? I was about to say July 2nd. Jesus Christ, you know, Hanaki, don't skip entire months. June 2nd. 2nd of June. Never mind, it's July 2nd. Shut up! Leave me alone! Shut up! The only Vita games I owned were the Danganronpa games, and they all used the touchpad as core gameplay mechanics. Ah, the touchpad. I remember having to use the touchpad for the star parts in Project Diva. Crazy. I remember. My fingers going crazy across that touchscreen. You a hot dog or burger July 4th enjoyer, or both, or potato salad? Burger. July 4th. Well, okay. Specifically, my memories of July 4th, for Onigashi Independence Day, are, we would get bagels and donuts super early in the morning. We were like a pretty big July 4th celebrating family. So we would get like a bunch of bagels from a local bagel place and a bunch of donuts from a less local donut place. More like national chain donuts. But we would get a bunch of those and bring them back to the house, and then we would make other stuff for breakfast, and we would have a big breakfast with a bunch of family and family friends. So I was always more of a like giant breakfast eater, because that was how we would like fuel up for 4th of July shenanigans. And then the rest of the day would be spent eating all of the leftover bagels and donuts. So I guess carbs. But I was never a really big hot dog or burger eater when I was growing up. So I didn't really eat much of the other things that would be offered during like a barbecue. Like the rest of the family would want to do a barbecue, but I didn't really eat a lot of the barbecue food, so I would just stay at home with Onimama. Or when I got older, I would just stay home by myself and I would eat the leftover bagels and stuff. They're going to re-release a Rise before that at this point. I'm just angry at Scamco. I mean, fair. I think there's always a reason to be angry at Scamco. Barbecue hot dog over barbecue burger. This is carved in stone how true this is. Bro, eat the charcoals. I didn't eat the charcoals! I mean, I do think that both are good now, like now that I actually eat both. But I do think I agree that the taste of a hot dog after being barbecued on a grill is better than a barbecue burger. But both are really good. I like the char on both things. But I think that, like, compared to how you normally eat a donut, I can't talk. Compared to how you normally eat a hot dog, I think that barbecuing a hot dog ends up making it taste better and more special. Show teeth? I can't! This model doesn't have them. No matter how big I open my mouth, I don't have them. I just have a tongue. See? Nothing. What about the potato salad? I didn't really like potato salad when I was younger. I like it now. A burger lover, burger is carried by the toppings, hot dog is carried by the meat. I think that's a fair argument. Flame grilled donut. No! Don't grill the donut! She's gone mad. The barbecue just has one giant donut in there. No! I can't talk. It's not my fault. It's getting close to 1 a.m., okay? Let me live. Ultra hag status. No! I'm 21. I have very beautiful, wonderful teeth. Thank you. I just can't show them on stream. I don't have the means to show them on stream, but I do have them. They're good teeths. I take good care of them. I'm probably wrong. The big patties that are prominent in gourmet patties that can be medium rare, they're better than hot dogs. Mmm. Fair. Yuno's teeth are against TOS? What do you mean? How would they be against TOS? They're just teeth. The teeth got green screened. It's just part of my mama's art style. Specifically with how she tends to draw girls. Girls end up not really having visible teeths. Because my brothers that are live 2D have teeths. They're kind of hard to see though, with how they are rigged. Maybe Yuno has shark gums and she has 80 rows of teeth? Yeah, you don't know. You're not gonna get any confirmation. You just know that I have teeth. It's a mystery. Stop saying gumming it up. Stop it. I have a normal mouth with normal teeth. Why are you baring your teeth? We just a question. Yeah. You asked me to show teeth. So duh, obviously. My headcanon is she wears cute dentures. Whatever. Live your truth. Get your fucking dog, bitch. He don't bite. Yes, he do. That's me. I'm the one that bites. I have a normal mouth with normal teeth is my go-to icebreaker. Yeah. It's what you gotta do. This is how you be human passing, right? I have a normal mouth with normal teeth. I have an average amount of fingers. I don't think you need to worry about my toes. Oh, yes, as humans do. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Butter or cream cheese on a bagel? Butter on savory bagels, cream cheese on sweet bagels. I don't really like cream cheese on a savory bagel. Maybe that makes me weird. But butter on, like, savory bagels. And then I save cream cheese for, like, a cinnamon bagel or, like a chocolate chip bagel or whatever. The fuck you mean by average? Exactly what I mean. Average. You even grew nails to pass better as a human? Yeah. I grew finger and toenails. And then I painted them. Because that's what humans do. They paint those. To cover up the flesh beneath, right? What do you mean you don't have flesh under there? No, dude, what do you mean? This is a very normal human behavior that I myself am very aware of. Yes, because I too am human. Yes, of course. Listen to my knock-knock joke? Okay, I'm listening. You have to say knock-knock first. I think I need an adult. I'm the adult here. Knock-knock? Okay, who's there? Oh, I already know where this is going. Europe? Europe who? That's weird? What do you mean that's weird? That's weird, I know Europe. You can't tell us to rope. No, I said the joke is that it sounds like I'm saying you're a poo. I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you to rope. Jesus. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Everyone set me up with this. Nobody said that? It's literally right there. What do you mean? Man. Streams always be getting weird once we go past midnight. What did I walk into? A nightmare. The writer doesn't know how English works, the delicious irony. What do you mean? The point of the joke is that when I say you're a poo, is that it sounds like I'm saying you're a poo. Like the 3 separate words. What? I don't understand this level of gaslighting. Want to hear a knock-knock joke? I don't think I do. I don't think I want to do this anymore. I don't think I want to be here anymore. I don't like it when you guys gaslight me. It's not nice. Is when the Dama uses fusion to split the brain cells so more Damas have it, but it's only half a cell. Yeah, it only adds like 0.5 intelligence points. 0.05 in some cases. Hey, you know, you're looking extra after 10 p.m. today. That's a crazy observation to make. Thanks, I think. Definitely looks like a staying up late core. I mean, this isn't that late. I'd probably still be this awake even if I wasn't streaming. It's like 0.5 spread among 16k. That's a lot. We're really close to 16k, but unfortunately my sub count keeps dropping right when we hit like 980. So I honestly don't know if we're going to ever reach 16k this year. It keeps dropping, which isn't really a big deal, but every time we hit 980 and every time we manage to go a little bit over, the next day it's like back below 980 again. Sigh.
Cute. Do better.
Sorry, I've been unsubbing my bots. That's fair. You gotta use the bots on the accounts that matter. Not me. Useless fact, I confirmed like 9 senior classes using Winnie the Pooh for their class motto, public domain is wild. Hell yeah. I mean, there's some pretty golden quotes in Winnie the Pooh. He's a pretty thoughtful bear. Also, Josh Knowles, thank you for the $20 tip. Money for gaslighting Oni. Thanks. Thanks. No, I really do appreciate the tip. I just don't know if I appreciate the reason. Thanks. Are the accounts that matter in the chat right now? I don't know. Some of them might be lurking. We're not gonna call out lurkers, are we? I don't give a bother might be my favorite of his quotes. I just meant Winnie the Pooh in Kingdom Hearts. He's saying goodbye to himself. Aw, man. Just don't have the money for the bots anymore, man. No, it's fine. You can't afford the bots for my channel, but you can surely afford them for the other channels, right? The other channels? Yeah. One class at least quoted A.A. Milne, and the rest just credited the Pooh Bear. He deserves the credit. Mr. Milne would agree. I was trying to be a worm, but I drowned. In water, worms drown. That's crazy. I wish, but I need to eat. You're gonna eat bots? I don't know if those are gonna taste very good. Hey? Yeah, that's for horses. Are you a horse now? All you need is your hit video and your subs will increase 100-fold. I don't know. What would count as a hit video for me? I don't upload enough videos for YouTube to promote me when I post videos. At least not on this channel, man. It doesn't like it when I try to do stuff that's not streaming. Even then, it doesn't even really like it when I stream, to be honest.
I don't think YouTube really likes my channel anymore. So I'm struggling.
They're called silicone wafers. They must be food. I mean, I don't know if all wafers are food. Your ball is not safe. I cast torsion, not even for a game. Joke's on you, bro. I don't have ball. I've never had ball. Any ball in my vicinity deflates in an instant. I don't have a ball. She's invulnerable. She'll never be ballin'. I never will be ballin'. Anytime I go to shoot my shot with the basketball meme, the ball just deflates in my hand the minute I toss it. I will never be ballin'. 2 would be needed for them to torsion. Not what we were talking about earlier. Apparently you only need 1. I wouldn't know. You guys are supposed to be the ball experts. I don't know ball. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. I'm in danger.
I hate those chocolate wafers that ruin the strawberry vanilla packs as much as the next guy, but I wouldn't go so far as calling them not food. You take that back. I love the chocolate wafers. I think the worst ones are the strawberry. I like the chocolate and the vanilla ones. You take that back. I love a chocolate wafer. Some dark sorcery. Yeah, that usually happens at this time of night. This is the best time to be casting dark magics. They are at their most strong, allegedly. Strawberry wafers are for the perverts. You can't alienate the perverts. They're on the government. What? Sure? I feel a lot of new Yuno lore was discovered tonight. I don't know about a lot. We talked about things, though. I love my red 40 fake ab berry flavor. A modern Tower of Babel, somehow -2 natural ingredients. I love that for you. You can have all of the strawberry ones in the pack, and I'll take all of the chocolate. Do we have a deal? We'll go halvesies on the vanilla. It is literally the witching hour. Well, witching hour is more like 3 a.m. I'm not streaming until 3 a.m. I don't know if I feel that crazy tonight. I do have a lot of fun yapping, but I don't know if I have the energy to go until 3 a.m. That might krill me. It's only 2 more hours. You can do it. I don't want to. That's the coffee and Red Bull is for. Why? Why tonight? There isn't even anything happening. Need more donuts to last till 3 a.m. You want to give me donuts? Started to say it's a date, realizes this will torpedo negotiations. Oh, so you're saying You chickened out. I see. We need you there? Wait, why am I with them? I don't know. Don't look at me, man. It's ballin' night? Well, isn't that especially a reason why I shouldn't be here? I can't ball. I don't have ball. Therefore, I can't ball. I should ball out while you guys ball in. I'm not staying up until 3 a.m. You're crazy for that. It's your fault. Go on and face your consequences. Consequences! Sure. Stacking donuts on it does prevent twisting. What? What do you mean? What does that even mean? What are you saying, bro? The bright side is if you stay up after 12 a.m. you can tell all the early morning people you're up first. Well, I've already beaten that. It's like 2 minutes until 1 a.m. So I've accomplished my goal. I've exceeded it even. Only girl that can't ball sounds like the beginning of a fairy tale where you embark on an adventure to cure your ball curse with the power of friendship.
Guys, I just don't think I'm strong enough. The idea of possessing a ball of my own, I just don't think I can do it.
That's the thing, Yuno-chan. You're not alone. Together, we all can ball. Ball is life! And they like charge up this like mega energy. Fireballs around you, Lamau. She can't even ball. Yeah, the Namanachi are bullying me. I have to make like other friends that can teach me how to ball. The late AF bird does get the worm earlier than the other ones. I mean, I guess so. If you're up late, you get the last of the late night food. Right before they replace it with the morning food. She's obviously bored. She's roleplaying with herself. What do you think a stream is? Do you really think I'm just gonna sit here and wait for you guys to talk every time? I have to fill the void somehow. Aye. The real balls were the friends we made along the way. Yeah, that's how the manga ends. At the end, they realize that the inanimate balls are no longer enough. So what has to happen is all of her friends slowly transform into balls that she can then use to complete her mission. So her friends sacrifice themselves to become her eternal balls. And that's the power of friendship. Man, Kuroko basket sounds awesome. Help! I don't know why that got me so bad. Needs more yaoi bait, otherwise closed. True. I never finished Kuroko. I think I watched the first like 3 episodes and then I decided I wasn't into it. But I do remember that one of the main reasons that all of my friends were super into it was because of the like yaoi baiting. Oh, my stomach. This story already got wrote. Yeah. Why did you temporarily stop breathing? Because jokes are funny. I think they deflate the balls in other ways there. You want to explain? You want to explain what you mean by that? Nobody finished Kurobas. The final match went on over 9 months in the manga. People memed it to death. 9 months? What? That's crazy. No, I don't. Understandable. Have a good day. You can't blame me for asking. My neighbors are gonna be like, why is she laughing so fucking loud at 1 a.m.? And the answer is because I'm laughing at a Kuroko no Basuke joke in the year 2026. Ah, help. You think of all the basketball anime that would yaoi bait, it would be Dear Boys, but those guys have girlfriends. Yeah, Dear Boys did not yaoi bait from what I heard. That was all Kuroko, baby. They knew ball, both of them. Don't worry, they're young. They reinflate after like 30 minutes. A lot less views. Oh, the banging neighbors? They're going to get bothered by the noise? Yeah, they might. There was actually a time, I think, where I don't remember what I was doing. I think I was watching a video on my phone in my bed. And they did actually, like, bang on the wall randomly after having been quiet for, like, a while. And part of me was like, is it because they can hear my phone through the wall? Like, the audio from my phone? Am I being loud? That's crazy. Them who have actively slammed really loudly at, like, 2:30 a.m. and woken me up. I have one idea what they were up to. Does it involve Ball? Do you think they know Ball? Surely they must. Maybe 2 of them? 2 of them. Whoa. Crazy. Guys, fun fact, I know we keep making jokes about Ball, but did you know that whenever I'm on Twitter and I try to find Yuno gifs, if I just type in Yuno, I get so many gifs of like a guy who's literally named Yuno Ball, like Y-U-N-O space B-A-L-L. And he keeps getting used in those memes about like Yuno Ball. And every time I see it, I'm just like, I'm gonna have to make a gif like this someday or a night so that we can do Yuno Ball. We also need more gifs of purple Yuno in general, because every time I look up Yuno Hanaki, it's always green Yuno. Those are the only gifs that are out there. I gotta make more gifs. I gotta get on my gif making game. Poor guy. Yeah, it's funny, but I do feel kind of bad for him. It looks like it's like a yearbook photo or something, or like some sort of like formal photo that was taken of him with his name underneath. Yuno Ball. But I keep seeing every time I go to post a gif on Twitter for something. Because I look up Yuno first, so I'm just like, Mr. Ball. We meet again. Okay. We have made it past 1 a.m. It is 1:05. I should be good. That should be a good thing that your gifts are the first that show, though. No, Yuno Hanaki does not show first. I type Yuno, and I mostly see Yuno Ball. I think, like, green Yuno shows up, like, 3 rows down. Yuno Ball, the baller Yuno Ball just below him. Tragic. I know, it's crazy. Purple Yuno does need more recognition besides her green screen weakness-prone self. I'm not weak to a green screen, what do you mean? If anything, I'm better with a green screen now. But yeah, no. Purple needs more GIF. We'll have to work on making more GIF for Orpal. It's tough. I have to figure out how. I've never really made a GIF before. Maybe Hitomi knows. I will ask Hitomi at some point. For now, though, I should probably end this stream because I want to try and get some rest. I have stream later today. Now. I assume Yuno Gasai shows up. Yeah, Yuno Gasai usually shows up. A character from Toilet Bound Hanako-kun also shows up a lot. Like a girl. I don't know if her name is Yuno, though. And then, like I said, it's a lot of Yuno Ball. GIF is an option in the renderer. Oh, true. GIF. We'll make GIF. You know, Hanaki, take a hit of the bellflower blood. Wait, do that again? That was tough. That's crazy. Crazy statement to make. Anyways, thank you guys for hanging out with me. Work stream a little later in the afternoon. And then we will end off watching the State of Play. And then, streams the rest of the week. There are streams. There are many of stream. Mostly like Zatsu and like hangout type streams this week because we've been doing a lot of gaming and I thought it would be nice to do more hangout type stuff so we can spend more time together. Yeah. So it'll mostly just be hanging out and like watch along stuff until Sunday when we'll be finishing Inconveni. Yeah. But that will be for later. Until then, though, thank you guys so much for choosing to spend time with me. I hope that you have a good rest of your time zone. And until I see you again, Yunotsu!